right, thanks yourself.
Very well, thank you.
I'm loving the green screens behind you as well.
I know.
You put something there, some sort of nice background.
Yes, I should put a little picture there, maybe.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, I mean, I've just to not surprise you, I've just clicked go live for ourselves as well.
Okay,
so,
we're live.
Yeah, we're live. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final round of the English Championships and the English Women's Championships coverage. Obviously, myself, FIDE Master Jonathan Blackburn, and joined by Women's International Master Natasha Regan as well. Did you not fancy playing in it, Natasha?
Well, no. I mean, I played in the seniors event a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I've sort of been very busy on lots of things. So not this one. Actually, my original plan was to be playing shogi this weekend.
Oh.
In a very nice tournament in Wales, and then I got too busy with other stuff and couldn't actually make it in the end.
Well, that's quite interesting. Is there like for shogi? Is there like the same amount of shogi tournaments across the country compared to chess tournaments, or are they like even more few?
Very rare. So there's. I think this is the first one in England. Well, actually, not even in England. In Wales, in Britain, this year. So it's infrequent.
So you deliberately missed it.
I've organised a couple in my time actually, which was very nice in London. But yeah, they are rare. So if you're wanting to play tournaments, it's like online. You can play a lot. But then in person, you need to travel.
Well, I mean, congratulations on your win in the championships a couple of weekends ago, by the way.
Thank you.
We watched some of your games there, of course, and clicked on it. But yeah, obviously it would be nice. I guess one thing that we're trying to do is trying to encourage more female participation in sport in general, but also in chess. And because it would be good to have some more women players.
Really good turnout this time, isn't it? 22.
Yeah.
Women players plus one in the Open as well.
Yeah.
So it's great effort, I think. Obviously, it'd be great to see even more playing. But this is very nice to see, and it's been I've been following the event, and it's been a really wide open event actually.
Wow.
Very, very exciting games, and it's great to see the junior players doing so well as well, like Nina and Rukaya. Emily, Elise, and great to see Badana playing, and so really good performances there. So it's been really nice to see that.
I know, because at the start of the tournament, you would have you'd quite happily put some money on either Katarzyna or Camilla because they're quite active, aren't they?
Yeah.
Hydrated, they're quite active players. You think surely it must be between those two. Maybe they'll take a draw in one round and just beat everybody else. But as soon as round two happens,
I know,
all got turned upside down on its head. And
yes, that was Abigail, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'll click back to the round two results here, and both of them lost. I mean, Sarah Lungson, obviously, really good player as well.
Yes,
managing to beat Camilla and Abigail beating Katarzyna, and that kind of turned the tournament. There's also been draws since then as well, but they found themselves on board 1 and 2 at the end here, but not in the lead. And Zoe Varney in the lead on 5 out of 6. Having a fantastic
exciting for her. Yes, I wonder what she'll reel out today openings wise. We have to say good morning, Chris Baker, and also happy birthday. I think it's, if I'm right, it's happy 65th birthday today, Chris Baker, turning into an official senior, and so big happy birthday to you. I hope you've got a sort of relaxing day and big celebrations too.
Yeah, happy birthday, Chris. Yeah, well, interesting to know what Zoe's going to do against Katarzyna there as well, and obviously Camilla versus Mercure on board 2 is quite interesting because Zoe Varney's on 5 out of 6, but she's got 2 chases on 4.5. So of course Katarzyna's got to go for the win with black as well.
Yes,
that's going to be interesting. Obviously, some minor places here, but I was just having a look. Actually, I've just loaded it up on my other monitor. The prizes, there's actually some good prize money on offer here. So first place is £750 in the women's section. Second, 500, and third, 300 as well.
Wow,
and then there's some. Yeah, it's pretty good, that is. And then you've got £50 each performance prizes. Best under 18, £50. as well. So there's quite a lot to play for. Even third place, £300 third place is not to be sniffed at. Really.
Yes. And
what
happens if there's a tie? Because there's certainly possibilities of a tie.
Well, I know that in the open section, I've kind of got it in my diary that there'll be a playoff for sure.
Yes.
I don't know if that's the same in the women's section. And I know that we had this last time, actually, didn't we? Where it was a tie in the women's section, but a playoff in the open section. I don't know if they made it the same.
That's strange. Okay.
I'm just going to try and read the format here, because I guess we do need to know, don't we? Because it's the women's section that's going to be close, I think, if anything. Yeah, okay, so I need to click on detailed tournament rules and try to read these while we do our commentary.
No, I think the chat can help us, maybe. The chat can help us.
Yes. Yes. Chris at the moment, it'll be.
Chris can help us.
Chris can help us, okay. Well, that's the top of the women's section. All to play for, really close, really tight tournament. So we'll see how that goes. But the open section is a bit of a different story here at this moment in time, because Mickey Adams doing what Mickey does. And I'm sure you've seen him do this plenty of times before, Natasha.
Yeah. Mickey, smooth play.
Smooth play. I think I read a tweet from Danny Gormley at some point saying, Mickey must surely be bored of these tournaments at some point or something like that. And he just keeps turning up and just wins them easily. Okay, I mean, do you think I think Jonah might actually try and play for a win today?
Why not?
I don't think he'll. Well, I'm hoping he doesn't give him a quick draw. I'm hoping that doesn't happen because then obviously Mickey would be champion because he can't be caught. He's a point clear of 5 players. Marcus Harvey against Peter Wells and Matthew Wadsworth.
I mean, the thing is, if you draw, there's a lot of people that can catch you up. Although if I was Jonah, I'd be tempted nonetheless.
Yeah, of course it's tempting, but there's no better circumstance to try and beat a 2,700 rated player, is there? And go on here. And just in case people are looking at these numbers, you zoom in. These are, I think, the rating here has been used as the English Chess Federation rating and not the FIDE ratings. So that's why there might be a little bit of difference there. Yeah. I mean, some good prices on offer as well, which is pretty good. Obviously, 1,500 it was, I think, for first place. I'm just scrolling back to it as well. And then 1,000 for second, third is 500, fourth 200, £50 performance prizes. Best under 18, £50. Do you know who the best under 18 is here in this?
How old's Jonah? He's not, actually. He may be older.
I don't think anymore.
Way older. Okay, so I'm just looking at the list.
Stanley, then, isn't it? He's not turned 18 yet, is he?
Stanbad, fantastic.
Yeah, he's having a good tournament.
No, he's not. I'm sure he's not 18.
Yeah, but I think David Eggleston defaulted against him yesterday.
Yes.
So that might be why he finds himself up there.
Yeah. And how old is Borna? Borna must be 18 now.
Yeah, he must be 18.
And Jude Shearsby? Kushal's like 8, isn't he?
Yeah. Where's Kushal? Oh, there he is.
Or 10 White. No, he's in there.
Yeah, Kushal as well. Yeah, he's not even close to being a teenager yet, is he?
No, I think he is literally 8 years old.
Wow.
And
that's scary.
I'll try and look some of these up in the background.
I think Indy's still under 18 as well, and probably Mohammed Ayan Ismail, probably under 18 still as well.
He is, I'm pretty sure he is too.
Yeah. So there's a few there, but
Block Farmer would be, wouldn't he? And Jacob, maybe. I'm sort of making it up.
Yeah. No, Jacob's not. No, he's at university now. Yeah, he's local to me.
Golly, everyone gets. Yeah.
I know the same things happened to me, Natasha, is that you think of all of these people before the pandemic, and all of a sudden 3 or 4 years have gone on top, and you're like, oh, they're not a child anymore.
Yeah. I'm probably saying all these ones are genius. I'm pretty sure about Kushal though.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not going to be wrong about that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we might as well dive into some games then, and I guess we're interested to see. We're interested to see whether there's a quick draw on board one for Jonah versus Mickey. Hopefully not. But I mean, we might as well dive into the women's section just because it's so open at the moment, and have a look at the. In fact, sorry, Natasha, it's not your fault at all. It's my fault actually. Last night, actually, we clicked off a game, Sarah Longston against Abigail Weersing. It was quite an interesting endgame. And we've kind of left it around this point here, thinking it was all over. And my apologies to both Sarah and Abigail. I thought it was, but it wasn't. It wasn't as simple as it should have been. Or maybe not. Maybe it was actually really difficult, because I thought after rook takes, king takes, I thought that this was just going to be an easy win for white now. You move the rook and then... but it's not that simple, Natasha.
Okay, the queen against rook gets complicated, does it?
Well, she gave away the rook and did it this way. I guess the other way of doing it was to go, I don't know, let's say rook h8. And then the problem is that you've got this rook g2 check. But what I missed in my calculations was that actually after just king a2, you go rook check and then king a3. You actually got just rook g1 again. And then if the queen, so you can go queen against rook, or you can go, and maybe king b2 is a bit different as well, or you can go rook against 3 pawns.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm actually thinking, hey, look, maybe this isn't quite as simple as what you wanted it to be. I'm sure it's still won, but maybe it's a lot harder than you think. I mean, for example, if you go king here, if you go, let's say, go f3.
Yeah.
I don't know, rook behind the pawn is where you want it. Then e4.
They look dangerous, these pawns.
Yeah, I mean, king c5. It looks like it should still be won, but I guess it's a lot more scary than what
it does. Is it really? Looks to me like might have chances.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Completely missed this idea. Maybe it was due to tiredness and or not, but that's probably why she didn't go for this, because the rook against the pawns is quite a difficult one, and they were playing on increments at this point, so therefore she just deliberately gave away the rook for the queen. Yeah. And then there was serious chances here for black to form a fortress at this point, which is pretty amazing. But of course, once the c pawn goes, now this should now easily be won, because the c pawn will win the rook. And I don't think black's ever going to be in time to try and get this to here and try and arrange some sort of checkmate with the king and pawn, because white can always just give some checks to get out of it. So yeah, here at this point, obviously, black resigned. Abigail resigned here at this point. So difficult finish under time pressure as well. So glad to wrap that one up. So okay, well, let's have a look at round 7. So okay, so here we go. Zoe against Kata, and
okay, b3 was it?
No, knight f3 first.
Knight f3.
Yeah, so Zoe's going for this. Does Zoe play this? Is that what Zoe plays?
No. Well, against me, she normally plays 1e4.
Yeah, so this is obviously some sort of prep in some way.
She's looking. It looks like a reversed opening, doesn't it? Like reversed Queen's Indian.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I don't understand this kind of stuff.
No. She's going for Reti. Is she going to just go bishop g2, castle, c4, and then eventually d4 maybe?
But I don't understand the move e3 then if you're going to go g3. I mean, it's definitely possible. And, at some point you probably play d4.
It does, c4, It might come into one of these, like if Kata's going for a sort of Nimzo setup, then I think you can have e3 in it. Like if you go bishop g2, queen e2, and castle rook d1, that sort of thing. Then e3 fits okay in that. I think it's pretty good.
Well, it's definitely an interesting opening choice.
It's weird it's this early, I'd have to say.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know whether this is done to just get out of Kata's theory and prep, perhaps.
Oh, chat's saying Hikaru likes to play this setup too.
Oh, really? Is that with G3 as well, though?
I don't know.
Because I know, like at this point here, and thanks Jerusalem mate for the follow. Here, you see Marcus Harvey play this kind of stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, he also plays Bishop G2 as well, doesn't he? So maybe she's taken a leaf out of his book, the double fianchetto. Oh, and a Skardle as well. Is that Oscar Idle? Sorry, not Oscardle. Oscar Idle. Hello, Oscar. Good morning.
Morning, Oscar.
Okay, well, Bishop E7 is played. There's obviously going to be a few more moves in this game, but I feel like there's almost like a mini game here, Natasha, on opening preparation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think we might see it getting back into normal stuff in a few moves' time.
Yeah. We should.
I don't know what Kata normally plays as black against. Is she?
Against e4, you mean?
Against d4, yeah.
Well, let's go and have a look. Let's see what she does. So probably she was black back in round 5. Round 5, Kata. Oh, it went c4, e5.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe we won't check this out.
I
can probably check in round 3. I keep double clicking and it keeps making it worse. So here she was black. It's the chess.com link. I'm struggling to scroll down here.
Yeah.
Oh, and when I scroll down, it won't let me. Okay, well, maybe the chat can maybe look that up, perhaps, and we can come back to that. But okay, yeah, that game's just about to get going. I'm going to see some deep pawns being moved forward, and I guess we'll have a quick look at board 2, which is again still in standard stuff at the moment. Although it's not actually that standard, actually, is it? I mean,
yes, bishop c4, avoiding a bit of theory, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how well do you know this kind of stuff. I must admit, I don't know it very well at all.
Not so well. I guess we're transposing back though to more normal stuff.
Yeah, is there a possibility of f4 here?
I'll be surprised if she plays f4, but
yeah, it does look a little crazy, doesn't it? But
although I suppose, right, if she's delaying that delaying developing that knight on g1, then maybe she would want to.
Yeah, it's maybe the whole point. I mean, look how much time she's used as well already. So I don't know if she's making this up. This doesn't look like it's prep. Otherwise, you blitz it out normally, don't you? But or maybe it is prep and she's just trying to confuse her opponent.
Deviated. Right, Loz says Kata plays the Grunfeld. So I think so Zoe's got her out of that. Although I guess it's I haven't checked Zoe's openings recently, but I guess it's more of a change for Zoe if Zoe doesn't normally do e4 and she's wanting to do something different there. But it's not quite Grunfeld, is it now? So
no,
it's
not
more
quite.
an IMSO setup.
But I don't think that either side will be too unhappy in that position, though. As well, and this looks a little bit more exciting.
That looked a bit. Yeah, go on.
Hang on, is this
Ponziani? It's Ponziani.
Audrey's saying
Ponziani. Okay, so Audrey likes kind of tricky openings, and so she sometimes has like fast games, either win or lose. So it can go really well for her or badly in the opening. Well, this will be interesting. I know a little bit about this stuff.
Between Sven Ziedler in the Foreign CL the last weekend, the first round of it was at round 9, was that? And he blitzed out his moves from the Ponziani. Right. And I think he looked at some prep and we thought he was going to win because he was just so confident he was playing, and ended up losing because it was 2 pieces up. In this kind of line, I think. I don't think it was bishop d3.
No, you're not meant to do that. You're not meant to. You're meant to go d5, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it was d5 that was played in Sven's game. So, I'm pretty sure this is the move. And I think the move that was played was bishop c5.
Yes, and then you can actually take that knight, but it gets really complicated. I know a bit about it.
And then was it knight take?
If they do that.
Or was it bishop takes? Was it?
Yeah, the one I've seen, bishop takes, king e2. And then they go. Wait, what would you go as black? I think it turns out okay for white anyway. So say you castle or something.
So there's some sort
of the threat for white is queen d5, you see, attacking the knight and also threatening to take on
b. I think that's what happened in the game, I think actually the bishop came back.
And then you go queen d5 and
the knight came in and then he took on b7, takes and takes.
This is beyond my theory now, but
and then I think he might have castled,
Yeah.
And then he went something like rook g1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then the queen came out to f6, and I think he went queen a6. I think this is it. I think this is how the game went. I mean, he played Queen A6 so quickly though, and I'm pretty sure, and it was just mayhem. He's 2 pieces up, but because he's Kings on E2, no pawns.
Yeah,
such a crazy game. And
so he didn't win in the end.
No, I mean, I think he knew what he was doing, but there was some sort of prep there. But yeah, Bishop D3 is unusual, isn't it? This is
I don't know this one so much.
Does Audrey always play the Ponziani, or is this a?
I imagine she does. I think she changes her ratings quite a bit. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was something she plays from time to time.
Yeah, so I don't know how well prepared Sarah is going to be for this then.
But I think this is already
fine for black.
Fine, but just looking at it, it feels fine for black. But yeah.
Yeah, because I guess you could swap the knight and then the queen's off, but the king in the centre is not that bad at this point. And yes, so Loz is saying that Kata plays Sicilian against e4 as well, which goes with a style, I should imagine, too. So maybe Zoe wanting to avoid that. This is an interesting one, actually. I think that Sarah's doing quite well at the opening. Though Audrey's played very quickly.
Yes. Okay, maybe it's just a different line that I'm not seeing.
No way to get a game. Okay, well, we've got some games there. Let me just click off some of these. And then we can just have a little scroll down. And I guess the good thing here is we can see 3 games at a time. Yeah. Oh, have we got a draw already between May Katabi and Aga?
May and Aga, okay.
3 moves played. So they've had a tournament and played all right. Yeah. Tell you what, these games. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to click on this.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
So this is
this.
Oh, this is Badana.
Badana against Olga. So we're going to look at this Sicilian.
Let's see what happens.
So,
okay.
This is a bit unusual.
Is she going for it? Was closed Sicilian, okay.
Yeah, but now D4 does get played. So it kind of transposes to an open Sicilian.
Badana's been having some coaching, I think, from John Spielman.
Ah, okay. Well,
so I don't know whether he probably.
I'm pretty sure that black plays a bit like John Spielman here. Olga, maybe. No pieces developed so far, and every single pawn on a light square. I just thought it was quite a funny position. Because all these pawns.
Look at this, yes. Okay. And Badana's still got... They've both still got the dark square bishop. How would you take advantage of that? Maybe you want to get castled and then get a pawn to e5.
Well, the queens are looking at each other at the moment. That's probably the first.
Yeah, you don't want
to. I think probably swapping queens.
Maybe maybe she should just swap them off and
something like takes, and then maybe f4. To be honest, and just claim some space. Put this bishop on this square. Maybe bishop e3 first, just to prevent everything else. Prevent this bishop coming to this square. Although actually the bishop's not that good on c5. I mean, this bishop has got so many squares, but this bishop doesn't. So I don't know where this bishop's gonna get out at the moment. So maybe b5 and c5 is going to have to happen. And put the bishop here and put the pawn here. Might make a good idea. In that case, then maybe even
a4. Yeah.
But you can kind of get into the realms of at some point could black do this move and could they give up the dark square bishop if they double your pawns? It's an interesting question. Just a really funny position to find yourself in. And actually, she has done queen takes queen, and then she's gone bishop f4. So I'm guessing she just wants to take away this square from the king, castle queen side, give a check.
Yeah, true.
And then the king's going to move back, and Olga's opening is a little suspect here. She could find herself in a lot of trouble very quickly if she's not careful. Badhana's playing very quickly as well, which could put some pressure on. But fascinating little opening going on.
Yeah,
I was quite liked actually all of these games. I was quite interested in actually this first one, Elise versus Nina, because you don't often see these two knights on these two squares. I didn't know how this came about.
Come from d4, d4.
So, okay, that's unusual. So that's how f6 got played though.
Okay, yeah.
I see. Okay. Bishop h4, bishop d6. So that's why the knight went to e7. I mean, whether this was prep or not, I don't know. I guess if you play this as black, then you should prepare for bishop g5. And then she tries to transpose it to a standard Queen's Gambit setup. I think maybe did Nina maybe miss an opportunity here to like kind of win this bishop, and or maybe it's too soon for that. She obviously made the decision not to go for knight f5 here and just to continue sensibly with knight d7.
She can still do it, can't she?
Well, not with the bishop on d3.
Oh, no, now not.
It gives the option of knight f5,
Yeah,
bishop
I
takes
see.
So she's gone for knight f8 here, which feels like possibly mixing up some plans. I mean, obviously you can get the knight to this square, but then the bishop's going to retreat to g3, and you swap off the dark square bishops instead.
It's better to swap a knight for it, I guess.
But yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if this was prepped by Nina, or it doesn't look like it, but creative play is what I'll say. Creative play. You don't see much creative play nowadays at the top level. You definitely see it at every other level, though. And this is, I wonder what Elise is going to do here. I mean,
she could actually, if she'd wanted to swap that bishop, she could have taken on c4 and then gone knight f5.
Yeah, but you don't want to give away your central pawn for that. It's probably not worth it for that. Plus, as well, if you take here.
Oh, I see, because the e-pawn was on pre, so that's maybe why she's putting a knight.
I see. Yeah.
Back.
I mean, I thought she was going to try and play e5, like really quickly or something crazy like this, and just have an absolute mess in the middle of the board.
Maybe she could have.
Well, I mean, she's gone knight f8 now, so probably not. But yeah, really, really nice opening ideas, and whether it works out for her or not, I don't know. But it's definitely a new position, isn't it? You're not going to see super GMs in this position. It's quite interesting. I mean, maybe there's an idea of g5. I mean, it's a bit crazy, but g5 h5 or something.
Oh wow!
I mean, that's really taking it up a notch. Okay, well, a little game here. So Anisha versus Emily is. Oh, I mean, this is also interesting. What's going on here? So it's an Alapin.
E3 Sicilian. Okay.
Okay, so this is theory. Takes d6 theory. Did that happen too soon, or is that in order? I'm not completely clued up. I know you normally c4.
Yeah, you do that after bishop c4 for sure.
But the idea is that she doesn't want to take back with the pawn here because the queens get swapped off.
Right.
So now knight takes, and then this knight comes out. Okay. And there's no sack on f7 here.
Oh, can you?
Well, I was just looking at it, just thinking, is there anything in it? I don't think there is, but it's kind of position where something like a sack on f7 feels like it could just about work.
Yeah, the bishop doesn't have the c4 square though.
So it's not going to work in here. That's why she pins the knight instead. But now this is where a6 happens, and then she goes for queen f3.
Oh my goodness! Okay, threatening mate.
What? Is that right?
Threatens mate on f7.
But she's gone queen c7.
Oh. Well, then you should maybe think about taking on f7. Oh, well, maybe she will.
Is this nearly game over?
So what happens? We can put some moves on the board, can't we? But queen, we can just
go... What could she have stopped? Queen takes f7.
You'd have thought. All right, let's see. How would you stop it? F6
queen
looks horrible, but
the problem is f6 queen h5 check, and it's actually mate on g6 if he takes.
Oh gosh.
So this has been an opening disaster.
So there's literally no move here. Oh, that's unlucky.
There's no move to stop taking on f7.
Emily.
Poor Emily. But yeah, this is chess, though, isn't it? You know, you see this every so often from time to time, and you just one slip up, you don't know the line quite right, you play it the wrong way.
Yeah, even now, right? It's pretty grim. Okay, queen c7, queen f7. But I had something like this against some kid at the Golders Green Quick play, and they basically won this pawn, and it was a bit like, I mean, it was almost like this. But it's not impossible that you get back into it.
No. Not impossible. Very unlikely.
No, I ended up winning my game, but then It was against someone quite a lot lower rated.
Yeah, I guess your bishop's still on pre here, so I guess you're still technically fighting, but
yeah. So
yeah,
I guess white can exchange on d7 if they want to.
well, how about oh yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get away with playing bishop f4,
Bishop f4,
here,
yeah, okay.
and just allowing this capture,
yeah,
and maybe just
and then
taking
knight.
it back.
Oh,
But
God.
the queen's nearly out of squares, but it's got c2.
Yeah.
But bishop c7 here would be checkmate.
Yeah, so you just need to move the knight out the way, and then.
I mean, this is probably what Anisha's.
Oh, what about knight c6 check? Oh no, knight c6 check.
Yeah.
Queen takes.
Yeah, but you get
then you win the queen.
For how many pieces though?
For how many pieces? You can bring a rook in now with check as well. Rook
C1. But it's 4 minor pieces.
4 minor pieces for the queen. So maybe we got overexcited.
We got way too overexcited here. I mean, this is fascinating. I mean, there must surely be a nicer way. But I mean, it might just be simpler just to take here, like you say. And bishop takes, maybe knight takes instead. And maybe just
bishop f4 now, because.
Well, why not just take?
Yeah.
You stop bishop e8 then, and I don't know how black captures here. Maybe they take with a knight. Maybe they take with the queen. I don't think it really matters. And let's just get castled and just go, well, we're a pawn up and your king's in the center.
Yeah. No, it's too grim, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just keep it simple here. So, yeah, queen c7. So Emily's under a lot of pressure there, and just a bit of opening choice.
She's had a really fantastic tournament, Emily. She her sort of short-term aim for the summer is to get her rating up to 2000, and she's nearly there. And I think this tournament she'll be gaining because I've forgotten who she beat someone good and she drew a Kata as well.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. So she's
1966 ECF here by the looks of things, so she's not far away.
She's not far away at all.
Yeah. So win-win, draw.
Beat.
Gaining FIDE though, quite a lot of FIDE points there.
Yeah. So she'll get there. She'll get there.
Get there. Okay, well, we haven't looked at the English Championship yet, so I guess we should have a little look at these games. And okay, so Jonah against Mickey, and what openings Jonah going to wheel out here? I've seen Jonah play this kind of stuff a lot, actually. Knight d4.
Yes, okay.
Castles and gives away the bishop, which I'm sure Mickey will be happy with. So a5. I still feel like this is kind of theory. And he's given away both bishops. You don't see this very often, Natasha, do you? At the top level.
No, and I think Mickey likes his bishops.
Yeah. Close position, though. I guess Jonah would argue, well, if I'm going to beat Mickey, I need to create some sort of dynamic where it's going to either go really well for me or it's going to go really badly for me. And here, I guess it could go very badly for him if the position opens up and those bishops start to become really good. But on the other flip side of it, you could end up with either a one good knight versus bad bishop, or maybe a closed position where both knights are pretty good. So, for example, if let's say takes, and then pawn takes pawn, it's not going to happen. But
no.
It would be a great example for those viewing.
Mickey's not going to do this.
He's not going to do this because this knight is just so much better than this bishop in this position. The bishop can't touch it because it's on a white square in an outpost in the center of the board. And while the bishop could dominate it, it kind of has to go back to d8 to cover all the squares, and that's not something that Mickey's going to allow. But it just kind of illustrates the point of what Jonah's trying to do, shall we say? Which is interesting. I guess he's probably prepared this in some ways and used 5 minutes on the clock at this point.
Mickey's not going to take on. He's just going to keep it there so that he can recapture on c6.
A6 is coming perhaps in this.
Interesting. Yes. Oh, that's the idea. Okay. So how do you?
I mean,
does Mickey play A6 himself, perhaps?
But then you give the B6 square away. For later on. And the thing is, though, is that if he doesn't want to take, then maybe at some point he doesn't really want to push on because it blocks the blocks the position up for the knights. So I think it's interesting decision and an opening decision by Jonah actually, and just to be so willing to give away the bishops so quickly in this line, which I mean probably is a standard idea. But yeah, more to come. I mean, I don't actually know what Mickey's going to play next. Maybe something with the rooks, perhaps. But if A6 comes, maybe he can do something different.
Yeah. So he could just develop his rooks, couldn't he?
And the question is, there's nowhere to develop them as well, which is a problem.
Yeah. But if he does go A6, he could go C5 if he wanted to a bit later. Now that
yeah. I mean, I guess the point is that this move it comes,
B pawn's backwards, isn't it?
Yeah, but it can't. It's not on an open file because White's got a B2 pawn. But at some point, this knight gets to A4 and then comes into B6. But how effective will it be there? You know, is just different. And we do have a move on the board. He's gone for C5 straight away, blocking the position up, which is a very interesting decision. So yeah, I mean,
I could imagine him following it up with C4 actually at some point.
Okay.
And yeah, just trying to open it all up.
Yeah, I'm.
Is he going to go B6?
Yeah, possibly. I think it's really dangerous for Jonah that if he misses some sort of kind of like bishop rerouting out to this side of the board somewhere,
right?
Then this could be very dangerous. If he moves his pawns too far forward, these bishops can very quickly deploy themselves on some really killer diagonals. So I'm guessing lots of variations that they'll be looking at, that's going to be a real possibility. So for example, here, if he ever plays this move A6, and all of a sudden this bishop that looks like an absolutely terrible piece, with your move C4 included, bishop D8 and bishop B6, all of a sudden gives this bishop a lot of purpose, doesn't it? And if Mickey could arrange that against a move like A6, then
because once that happens, then Black can also play on the king side with F5 eventually, like if you get both the bishops backwards.
Yeah. So we're in this rearranging phase of this game now, aren't we? But I mean, Jonah's.
And actually, so what's Jonah's setup going to be?
Yeah.
Where do we want these knights for White?
I don't know if he's going to try and go kingside with them or not. I mean, H3 looks like an obvious move to play. Let's just get rid of this pin straight away and reduce our opponent down to one bishop. And the bishops aren't as powerful when it's, the bishop pair is quite a powerful thing. But
if H3 though, Mickey could always drop back, like bishop D7.
Yeah, well, that's what we want. It at least frees us up to do what we want if this happens, because now this knight can go wherever. So this knight, for example, has got an easy rerouting square to
C4.
Probably C4, I should imagine. I mean, maybe bishop D7 helps, but I'm kind of thinking of ideas here like G4 as well.
Yeah.
It's the type of position where this works as a both trying to attack for White, but also stopping Black's kind of plan of F5. I don't know if there's anything in that though. Maybe this knight goes to E2, G3, and then into F5, perhaps. He can go both sides. He can bring one knight to the queen's knight to the king's side. He can bring the king's knight to the queen's side. It's around. He's got a lot of options here.
Springer Daniel, it is live, and on the English Chess Federation website, there's links. So it's on Lee Chess and chess.com and Chess24 as well, I think. So if you go to that page, there's like all the links are there. If you just look at the English Championships on the ECF website. Here we go. We've got it here.
Yeah. So when you go onto the English Chess Federation website, you actually see it's actually one of the first buttons at the top to click on, and then you can see all of the tournament details. Obviously, the commentary's here now, so you're probably watching the right area. But all of the moves are on here. All the tournaments are on there for you as well. I know it's got all the details as well, specific prizes and what's going on. But yeah, or you can just search on the websites as well. If you just go to chess.com and click on events, then you can click on them and follow them as you go, which is good. Yeah, okay, well, we'll come back to this one then.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that Mickey probably would have offered a draw at some point.
Do you think so? Do you really think? I think Mickey might still be playing for the win as well.
Really? No, I don't think so. I think he would have offered. I think if he gets offered a draw, he'll take it straight away.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Is that what, did he do that in Cambridge? I can't remember. Oh no, because he'd drawn one at the start, hadn't he? In Cambridge.
Yeah, he drew one at the start, but I just think that when you've got the tournament in hand and Mickey might, while he might want to, the only thing he would play on for the win for is for his FIDE rating. But yeah, does he really care about his FIDE rating anymore? I mean, he does, but does he really?
I don't. I've never been one to so much care about my rating, but I know the top guys really, really, really do. So, yeah, I'd have thought he would care about his rating.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess it depends on. I mean, he's got such an acute understanding of when he can play for a win and when he can't play for a win, hasn't he? And so it depends obviously on the position. And this position at the moment is just about to develop into something a bit more actiony, especially with Jonas' last move here of A6. So there's some committal moves being made here, and that's. So in a few moves' time, you can tell who's going to be able to play on for a win here. So, for example, this pawn, is it going to be strong? Is it going to be weak? It's going to be very difficult. I mean, I guess the problem is if he pushes past here, maybe like Jonah can do something like knight b5 and then c4, and all of a sudden, this bishop is really hemmed in.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point by Springer Daniel as well in the chat that Magnus cares more about his rating. Okay, well let's.
But wait. Can you give up? Can you give up that b pawn? Can you just like go?
Yeah, I think you can.
Is this crazy? b5 and.
Oh, b5.
Can you do that?
I'm sure.
Maybe you just Actually, or
we'll play c4.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. What I was trying to do, or maybe rook. What I'm trying to do is get b5 in one go if we're doing it. So not go b6 anyway. So like rook b8 or something. Yeah, and.
The problem is knight b5 comes in with
tempo.
Knight
b5 still,
and then
it's all
c4.
the same. Okay.
I mean, it's not in the realms of impossibility that something like this could happen, but I think that, like for example, let's suppose that I just do nothing and go king h1 and you play b5. Yeah. I guess the point is, okay, so you got b5 in, well done.
That's nice for black, though, isn't it? Now.
Yeah, you can possibly round up this pawn.
Yeah.
But it feels like you might lose something else in the meantime, or maybe even. Jonah just doesn't need to allow this ever because knight b5 is always coming. Followed by c4 and just sticking everything.
Oh, you just put knight b5 straight away.
Yeah, just jam this in, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just really playing against this dark square bishop.
And you go queen d8 and...
Wow.
Where's this bishop going to go? No, I see what you mean.
I mean, we don't even need to go c4 here, but... maybe queen d3 is probably a move that I really want to do just to get out of this pin. But I mean, he's really just hitting this dark square bishop by putting every single piece on the light square.
Yeah.
And saying your dark square bishop is just a waste of time. But I don't think we'll see.
What you could do actually is g6, bishop g7, and then f5.
Yeah, we might see g6 and bishop moving out the way and f5 at some point. I think he's got to do something with this bishop first, though, as well, otherwise it'd be trapped in. Yeah, Springer Daniel, I think you got knight takes d6 in there as well, in your variation. It's a good suggestion, though, to try and drum up some counterplay, but I don't feel like the pawn sacks in this type of position just work just yet, but maybe I'll eat my words. I feel like something... he might not move the pawn, but I don't think he's going to go sacking pawns just yet.
Not yet. He's saving that for a bit later.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's have a look, because we do have quite a few chases here to look at. And
Marcus Harvey, Peter Wells, then.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of activity for white here.
Yes.
A lot of activity. How did this come about even? So, okay, so Marcus started with a different move yet again. C4. 693 D5.
So Marcus quite like these quiet ones, doesn't he, with b3 and...
Yeah. Then a6 is played here, which is interesting.
Okay, so
Bishop
you would.
takes c4.
Oh, right. Okay, so
So
yes, you can't go b5 because you can just take it.
yeah, so the point is here they have to take. So we've got this pen on this rook. So that's not possible. But of course, at some point in the future, when if Black just does some simple development here and gets castled, then knight b6 will be in the offing to take that white square bishop that he's got to be possibly up to. So yeah, I just think just some simple development here from Peter.
Yeah. You could go c6 maybe.
Ooh.
To try and get b5 or knight b6 in.
Yeah, that's exciting, isn't it? I think we'd have to retreat the queen here.
Yeah. But maybe you're right. Whether Peter should just get his knights out and bishops first and then go into this sort of stuff.
Although the thing is, though, this comes with a lot of tempo.
Yeah.
You can't put the bishop in front of the d pawn because the d pawn's not moved yet.
Yeah.
You want the pawn on d4 here, so you'd have to go back to
e2. Drop back to e2, and then...
the thing is, though, in these kind of Queen's Gambit accepted structures, the pawn on the bishop does go back to e2 quite a lot.
Yeah.
But maybe he'd even play for c5 here.
c5 and
Bishop b7, and so he's got a lot of potential in this position because of the way White's pieces are. So yeah, c6 is a good suggestion. Yeah. He's taking a lot of time over it, and obviously it's a unique position, but...
Well, Peter, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
he likes to make sure he's thought about it properly.
Yeah, and I was amazed at how quickly he got into time trouble in the game. I was like, I'm normally the one that gets into time trouble. And
Peter, does Marcus get into time trouble?
No.
He's used a bit of time, I don't know about that. No, but
Marcus
Peter,
is very...
Peter certainly does, yeah.
I think Marcus is quite creative with his openings, but he very rarely gets into time trouble. Once he's got an idea, he plays very quickly.
Right.
So, a bit surprised they're actually so similar on time. Usually Marcus is at game time by now. Obviously, he's just being creative here, isn't he? And he wants to beat Peter, I should imagine, with white pieces as well.
Well, I guess from tournament standings, for both of them, a win's going to be the valuable.
Yeah, for all of these players, a win's going to be very valuable. I guess if you see that Mickey is... If you assume that Mickey gets a result and is champion, then I guess second place is still quite a lot to play for. So it's just the prize money is £1,000 second place. So we're going to see that. And how many moves have been played here? This is Matthew Wadsworth against Peter Finn. And Peter Finn having a good tournament as well.
He is, yes.
Yeah, let's just have a look how he's got to 4.5 points here. So he beat Daniel Wilkinson and then 3 draws in a row with strong players.
Entitled, I am.
Yeah, and he beat Borner and then he beat John Ems. That game against John Ems yesterday was, I'm sure John will be a bit unhappy with his own play. But he gets the chance here to, probably playing for second place. And
there's not like norms available in this. It's too short a tournament,
we didn't think so, yeah. We thought 7 rounds is too short. We'll see how this develops, though. So it was just a... Matthew going for the fianchetto. He plays his English a lot.
Okay, yeah.
So it's almost like a reversed Benoni, isn't it?
I know this stuff, yeah. And then you get the bishop out. Oh, I was going to say I was about to say big bishop out via f4, but he's doing it via a3.
Yeah, because Matthew plays the Benoni as black, I believe, as well, occasionally.
Okay.
Not all the time. So that's why he's probably happy with the structure as white. The extra tempo. I remember seeing a game that I can't remember who it was. Played the reverse Benoni against Mickey in the British online championships during the pandemic, and it was Gawain, I think, actually.
Okay.
And Mickey just played sensible moves and just played the standard, almost like the 10 golden moves kind of style.
Right.
And just wiped the floor with it. Just took the space and had nothing here, but. Okay, b4 has just been played.
Yeah, that looks nice, doesn't it? b4.
Yeah, but I mean, if I was Peter in this position, you're 300 points lower rated than your opponent.
Yeah.
That's quite a chunk, isn't it? 300 points.
Yeah.
And you've only used 15 minutes on your clock to get to this position as black against the strong player. I'd be very happy.
Yeah. I kind of feel like I like the white position better because of the queenside pawns. But I suppose so black's going to go for what? Try and get e4 in.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, maybe black's just lacking a little bit of a plan at the moment because e4 doesn't look possible, does it? But
you'd have to drop your bishop back to f5 if you're going to try for that.
Yeah, that's actually a standard plan though as well. To hit this d3 pawn. I guess there might even be some exchanges on e4.
Right.
And you're right to highlight these pawns because the endgame in the Benoni is usually good for the Benoni player. So maybe these pieces come in here and he hopes for the exchanges on e4 and then just wins an endgame. But I'm not really convinced about that. So, for example, even takes, I'm assuming not pawn takes. Let's say bishop takes, rook takes.
Okay.
For example, this just comes with tempo now.
True.
And the problem is that the endgame is usually good for you, but I mean, black can consider at some point doing this. Is it a bit too soon? No, it's the right time.
You can do it, and that looks really scary.
Yeah, and then actually winning these types of endgames is really tough.
And
you have to almost like play a whole game again. Because the chances for drawing here is just so high, even if you win a pawn.
Yeah.
You got queen perpetuals, rook and pawn endings, high drawing rate. So yeah, I mean, maybe Matthew, after bishop f5, maybe Matthew won't exchange the pieces because he's thinking he's got to win as well.
I think he's definitely going to try and win both of them again. It's more of a wins the result to go for in this with the scores as they are.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll just do something slow, like.
What if he goes a5? Because you can't go b5 for white.
Oh, that's a nice little thing. So the point is here is that when you take, there's this pin down the c file onto the queen. Nicely done. a5. I guess a3. You probably want to keep the pawns intact rather than taking.
Yeah.
I guess the point is you also want to probably go. Well, this is the thing. If you ever go c5 to give your knight this c4 square and then into d6, the problem is you also give black's knight this d5 square and into c3. So you give on one hand, take on the other, which is always interesting. I guess that's a possibility, a5, but it's a case of what to do after that as well, I think is probably what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
I still think Peter's got great chances here in this position. Usually when you're black against a strong player, you're trying to just survive out the opening and make sure you're not worse. And he's played c5 here.
Okay.
I'm surprised by that move.
Yeah, because now white's bishop looks really nice, doesn't it?
I'm very surprised by this move because
b5 probably.
Well, b5 is an option, and then just chuck the a pawn down the board. Also, you could also consider taking, and then the c4 pawn will just be really good.
True.
So I am surprised by this, but maybe he was just thinking that this pawn is just a weakness being attacked by this g2 bishop, and therefore he wants to get rid of it. But I thought maybe that pawn was actually doing some useful things for him. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that, but he's playing quickly.
Yeah.
And Lively Lemon is following. Thank you very much.
Hello, Lively Lemon.
Hasn't that person done some? A junior done some.
He's
reports?
A junior. Yeah. He's got lots of other names, for which I'm trying to remember what the other names are.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes.
That's excellent. All right. Okay. Well, let's come back to this one. And okay, so we've got some other things as well. And Oscar's now following. Thank you very much. And so so just double checking the scores here. So it's let me just go back over here just to see who's on the 4.5 points. Okay, so it's those on the 4.5 points, Matthew and Marcus against Peter
and Amit. Are they on 4? Amit and Ankush on 4.
Yeah, these are all on 4 points here, and there's this looks like a typical King's Indian attack kind of structure.
So Amit's been playing really, really well, hasn't he, recently? And he got his. No, I don't remember which AGM norm, didn't he? Recently?
Yeah.
I don't remember which number GM norm it is for him.
Yeah, this game's it's not really developed yet, I don't think, even though Ankush has used over half an hour of his time. to get to this position.
And Ankush I know very well because he's a Mindsports player, so he plays lots and lots of other games. So like I think he has been very big into poker.
Okay.
But also plays bridge, really strong bridge player.
Oh wow.
And then like the other Mindsport, Catan and Dominion and all these games, Lines of Action, all these different games. And so I think he'll maybe have like a sort of burst of interest in one game and then a different game and then a different game. But I think he's been studying a lot of chess recently. So
but didn't he go to the European Individual Championships?
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think he was there because there was quite a big English contingent there, I think. Well, I think Matthew was there, Harry Grieve, Jonah, I think, and then a few others as well. On top of that, I think was it Tristan Cox also went.
Tristan was, Rockshaw was. He had some good games there.
Yeah. So I think Ankush was there as well. But okay, this game is not very lively for us at the moment, Natasha, is it? So just have a look. So we got Mark.
Oh, we have to see Hebs against Stanbad, don't we? If Stanbad's on for the top junior, and Hebs has recently won the seniors tournament. We've got the classic battle of youth against experience.
and Hebs is the only person to take half off Mickey so far as well.
All right. Yes. Well, Hebs has been playing well, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I remember he won a really nice game against Donald McFarlane in the seniors, and it was. Donald's my teammate, and I was like thinking, "Come on, Donald," but then it was almost like out just some simple chess of getting the pieces active, and he was just completely lost. And sometimes you look at it 1 second and think it's a normal position, and then the next minute it's like, oh, you're just completely lost. And it's just like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
And obviously he's just so good at that.
So how's this for Stanbad?
I mean, I think it's fine, but I mean, I don't know why Mark's taken so long over his move here, because I think you look at all of White's pieces, it feels like he could have got this to this position and he could have blitzed out all of these moves without really too much thinking.
Maybe he's gone outside for a smoke.
That's probably where all
it's
his time
possible,
has gone.
He sometimes does that stuff.
I mean, I guess he's probably considering, can he play d5? Does he want to do this move? D5, because and then maybe follow it up with v4 and play a typical kind of that pawn structure. I guess he's also thinking, where's he going to put his queen? This is kind of like the next piece that you want to move.
Yes.
But you go to c2 and you get hit by
maybe bishop
f5 or knight b4 could come in.
Yeah.
It might not be any good, but so it's kind of decision-making time here. Right now, what's he going to do next? I mean, obviously the simple move that everybody wants to play is probably rook c1, but the thing is, this c pawn isn't actually moving.
True.
So therefore, you're not going to have the rook attacking the queen. So, yeah, I mean, something like bishop f1 or something is also subtle, but gets out of the way of the rook. There's also actually interesting. Sorry, just going back a few moves here. Actually, that actually c4 wasn't played until recently. So this is actually a collie, isn't it, or Collie Zoltanowski?
Okay.
With this setup, or it's very similar actually. I think maybe this pawn needs to be on a3 and the bishop on d3.
But so does Hebs normally play this?
No, I don't.
Not with his bishop fianchetto, does he?
Hang on a minute. If we go back to d4, hang on a minute. I thought he was playing the trump all the time, or the tour.
I think he sometimes does things with knight c3, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if I've noticed him playing b3 so much.
Yeah, so maybe you're like here, for example, you can play e4. Or the idea is that maybe even here, if you start with knight d2, some people do this against me when I play the King's Indian. If you go bishop g7, you play e4, and now they're playing a perk. Of course, if you don't play the perk, it's a little bit different to the King's Indian, even though it's the same moves. And actually, we've got the answer as to what he was thinking about, because in this kind of setup here, he has actually gone d5.
He's gone d5. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone this way. So decision time, and he's decided, and I guess that knight's going to shift out to a5. and then we might see e4, e5 coming in.
So he wouldn't go knight to e5 then?
I doubt it, because I mean, well, he's gone knight b8 already, so we're both wrong.
We're both wrong.
I mean, I guess here when I play knight a5, it's usually attacking a pawn on c4, and there's no way that you're actually attacking it. So maybe knight b8 is a lot more sensible, actually. Maybe come to a6 and possibly b4 or d7. But yeah, e5 you can just get taken, and then you have to take back with the pawn, and your pawn's blocking your bishop in. So yeah, knight b8 does make some sense. But I mean, I'm just wondering, how quickly can he get e4, e5 in here?
Well, let's say he doesn't. Say he did it straight away.
I'm guessing knight. Let's guess knight d7.
Yeah.
This rook also feels out of place here on d8. But maybe if e5 comes in, maybe it has a good idea. And you can't play e5 here.
No, not yet.
But maybe you go bishop f1.
Bishop f1 looks tidy.
And then maybe black has to kind of like swap off some pieces to prevent e5. I'm moving this f6.
But if you go e5, they might still have knight g4, mightn't they?
They might do, yeah.
Except you've got no, they don't because
they don't. Yeah. So let's just say bishop b7, just for argument's sake. If e5, there's a lot of
it doesn't work. It doesn't work in this position because white can go ed.
The problem is though, when you go ed, attacking
queen's
the queen.
on. Yeah.
So maybe just playing to that tactic perhaps a little bit.
Yeah.
And thank you, Izzy Strange, for the follow. Yeah, okay, well, I was expecting him to play a move a bit quicker here.
Hebs.
Yeah, Hebs, yeah.
I like your bishop f1, I think.
Yeah, okay, I mean, he doesn't have to go for e4, e5 here. He can play it a lot slower.
What about e6? Would you ever want to do that for black? Because I'm just thinking the queen is a little bit restricted at the moment for black.
So you want to go e6 for black?
Yeah, and then exchange on d5 like you sometimes do.
Yeah, I think if we get e4 in though, and then we take back with the e pawn, then maybe it's good for you.
Okay.
Because I mean, if this
bishop's a little bit cramped, isn't he, with the bishop, that bishop? Yeah.
It's like when you see a 1900 FIDE against a 2430 FIDE, you think it's going to be so one-sided, but actually we're expecting quite a good game here.
Yeah, certainly it's better than 1900.
Well, I mean, I think it's also just a state of play nowadays that people rated 1900 anyway are good players. They're not going to make it easy for you. They're not going to give you free pieces and free pawns most of the time anyway. It's going to be, you're going to have to really work hard against them. Let alone a junior rated 1900, which we know is a different story. Okay, well, we'll come back to this one and see what else is going on. And okay, we got James Jackson against Danny Gormally.
Okay.
Says this was a Cara originally.
So James is a teammate of mine from Barbican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I had when I first about 7-8 years ago or something like that, I started playing chess again. I think one of my first games was against James, and managed to get a draw with him. And I don't think he was very happy to draw with me at the time because he was trying to become an IM. But it was a really hard game, really long game actually, really good one. I don't know what's going on here. This seems a bit unusual.
Yeah, so yes, B2. We've got to look at B2.
It feels like quite a simple attack, but it also feels like it's quite difficult to deal with the attack.
I feel like you don't want to let black just take that pawn. You know, sometimes B2, you just give it up.
Yeah, but I don't think in this position, especially with the light square bishop's gone, you've got no kind of Greek gift ideas here.
Yeah.
In this position.
So maybe what, b3 just to defend, and you might get rook c1 and c4 later.
I mean, I think if I was Danny, I'd be very happy with how this has gone, because your bishop's going to find out quite a good diagonal here. But also, if your c pawn comes to c5, then eventually b4, there's also going to be this diagonal open for it. And in this position, if your bishop gets good, then he's going to be better here. So I think this opening has gone very well for Danny at the moment, which is why we see James in the tank there. And yeah, I mean, he's maybe even considering options like knight d4, so you can take on c6 perhaps, or come to b3 trying to trap the queen. It doesn't even work. But yeah, b3 might be the only way to try and do something, but I don't like it, Natasha.
Yeah.
I think he probably just plays something like c5, and now you haven't got d4. This bishop is coming to some good squares.
Yeah,
going to get some good diagonal for it.
So if White was trying to drum up some kind of play and attack, how would it go? It would be,
well, probably queen
d3 and knight g5 sort of thing. But you have to get the knight out of the way first, because otherwise the e pawn's on praise.
Well, you can play knight g5 now, but suppose we just go h6 and then just go, okay, how's your attack even starting?
Yeah, you'd have to go to make an attack. You'd have to go maybe knight f4.
But the problem is bishop a6 also comes with tempo here as well.
Yeah.
So it's really hard.
Not
really
much of an attack that we see yet.
Yeah, I just thought I'd just play through the opening moves, because this has worked out really well for Danny. It was this Caro line where they go c5 really quickly. Obviously bishop f5 is one of the main moves, but c5 is they kind of like. And then White, it's almost like a French but without e6. And therefore White's main option is to take.
Keith Arkle plays it, doesn't he?
Yeah. And I know that sometimes Black has trouble reclaiming this pawn on c5, but it doesn't look like he had any trouble here, taking it back immediately. And that light square bishop rook e1, so castles. So here he made a decision to take this knight off.
You could alternatively just drop it back to f1.
Yeah, f1.
Or d3.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he did that, because it feels like an interesting decision to do. In this type of position, this bishop can be such a key piece, and maybe just admit that this pin has not really yielded you anything. And you've got two squares here. I mean, d3 it can be hit by knight b4, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. Just go back to f1.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering if you can then go bishop h7, knight g5.
Oh, okay, right.
You know what I mean?
Straight away. Straight away. Very nice. We'll Greek gift all the way. I mean, king g6 is obviously an option, but we'll just assume that loses, shall we? This
queen g4, and you never know. This looks...
You never know what happens here.
You never know what happens now. Yeah.
I guess
take it on passant. Because remember, if it hits the queen.
But we take our queen, you know. I mean, maybe queen g3 or something. I'm sure there's a lot going on there, but it's definitely a lot of fun. I guess Black could start with h6 maybe if he wants to avoid this, but then we play a3 and you've got no knight b4. And then you put your queen on e2. I guess the question again is, you know, how does White actually start going forward in this position? It's actually quite difficult. Whereas Black's got quite an easy plan here of get this bishop somewhere good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we took the knight, which I find really strange, and then went knight e2. Now after queen b6, he's having a big think, which suggests to me that maybe he missed this queen b6 idea.
What about if he goes queen d4 to... Oh, no, they're just going to go c5, aren't they?
Yeah, just going to go c5 against that.
No, don't do that. Unless you want to then whiz across to the king side.
Yeah,
that's... Not the whole queen side.
We're talking... I think
we're talking on someone else's game here. Remember?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah. He is in the realms of hope chess though at this point.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to possibly plump for something, because if he plays slowly, I feel like Black's position is just so dynamic, and it's these extra pawns in the center that gives Black the extra dynamic, because they can move forwards. They're active. This extra central pawn on d5 helps a lot. You know, in fact, this knight on d7 is actually doing a good job just attacking e5. It's quite a simple attack, but does the job. You know, and I don't think Black's going to play f6 here, but but c5 and that light square bishop's going to be really painful. You might have to hope that Danny takes this perhaps and try and drum up some counterplay, but I just don't know how that's going to happen. Hello, Tetralemma 4. Thanks very much for the following. Okay, well, let's come back to this, and we might scroll up just to see if there's any big developments in those games, which I don't think there is.
What about Lan Yao? Should we see how she's doing?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, she's entered into the open section. She won the English last year, didn't she?
She did. Yeah.
Because she lost one of her first games, or her first game, and then.
Oh, you're remembering better than me. I don't.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think she lost to Alaa Gamal.
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe she played Alaa in the last round. I can't remember which way around it was. Obviously, she was the rating favourite, and I think she lost one of the first games, and had to win every single game after that, and then hoped that the person ahead of her actually made a mistake, and they did in the last round, and so that's when she caught up.
Because I think so last year she was English women's champion and British women's champion, wasn't she? Yes. So trying the Open this year, which is nice.
Yeah,
she's doing all right, and she's on more than 50%, I think, just over 50%.
Let's have a look.
I think she's on 3.5.
So she's on 3.5, so it's a good score. So draw against Zane, and then 2 wins, and then 2 losses on the bounce, Matthew and John Ems, but then she's beaten Kajus in the last round. So yeah, kind of an up and down tournament really, when you've got 2 wins and then 2 losses. But currently here at the moment playing her Sicilian.
Okay, and Adam is trying to attack on the king's side with g4.
He's got nothing to attack though.
Yeah, no
knight here.
Lan hasn't. She hasn't got her. Lisa hasn't got her pieces out yet. But yeah.
I think the opening choice for Lisa is quite a combative, tactical choice. So it suits her style of play, I think.
Yeah, and Adam, he's finance director of the ECF, so on the ECF board, and he also his daughter is now. Yeah. She's doing really well, isn't she? At chess, playing a lot. So I guess that's partly why he's playing some more than he was.
Yeah, I think I spoke to him not so long ago. He played an IM Norm tournament, I think, was it last year or the year before? Because we're not too far away. He's Manchester. I'm just south of Manchester. So he's kind of not fully into chess.
Is he FM now? Is he IM already? Or I can't see. My eyes aren't quick enough. FM, but going for IM.
Yeah, he does. Obviously, as we all say, we all want to push on, but everybody says the same thing as well.
I know he's got a lot of priorities, so a lot of things he's busy with. But yeah,
I mean, it's almost like Lan Yao's not actually got pieces out to be attacked yet, so he needs to wait for them to come out to be attacked. But
she will need to get them out at some point, though. I mean,
yeah. I mean, for example, F4, F5 looks like an option, but I mean, maybe he doesn't want to do that.
She could. I mean, she doesn't have to castle though, does she? Into the king's side, she could do other. Maybe.
Yeah, I've seen people castle queenside in these types of positions.
Yeah.
I think what Adam's probably deciding here is, he wants to do something quickly.
Yes.
But he can't do anything quickly. So how to actually go about this?
Yeah, how to make the most of that. The black pieces aren't out. Yeah, because that B pawn's quite far forward. I mean, you could go what, knight d4, and then try and do this f4, f5 while the king's still in the center.
Yes, queen.
Queen there. You'd have to go king b1 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, another problem is that maybe knight f6, knight e4 is an idea.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've got a move played in the game. He's actually gone for g5.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Some profile. Well, not profile. Just keeping your opponent's pieces in.
So maybe she goes what, knight, like bishop d6, knight e7, and put the knight out that way.
Yeah, bishop d6 is. It's almost like the bishop doesn't need to be developed.
Okay, what, just like knight e7?
Yeah, maybe knight e7 is more. Oh no, queen takes b4 happens.
Oh, that's a shame.
That is a shame because I really just want to develop the knight here and just leave the bishop where it is and probably castle inside. So okay, bishop d6 feels a bit. So, for example, if we go something like bishop d4, I mean, I know the h2 pawn's on pre here, but white can maybe throw caution to the wind and do something like this.
All right, e5, throw even more caution to the wind.
Yeah, but I guess. Oh, is this bishop trapped? Oh no, it's not. No, we're okay. We're okay. But I wanted to encourage e5 now.
Yeah, because those pawns are weak in the middle, aren't they? But you could go knight e7 now, defending.
Yeah, I guess you technically have some time here to castle kingside instead. Oh, hang on, the d5 pawn. It can't be taken now.
Not quite, I think. Unless you can't, I think.
Yeah, I quite like this for black actually, Natasha. Just some simple moves, and this g5 pawn, it's not actually a battering ram, as it's not going to go forwards, so it's not an outright attacking kind of play. I mean, maybe knight g3 here, but I mean it's more of a restricting move rather than anything, and maybe bishop d4 is a bit too slow for it. But thanks very much for the follow, by the way, NZM173. Yeah, maybe bishop d6 is just a simple developing move that's might encourage h4. I don't know.
Yeah.
So. Okay, well, we'll see. Well, g5's been played, and we'll see what Lanier comes up with there. But just have a quick short. We've got a draw between John Ems and Richard Pertz.
Okay.
The last round of the tournament, you usually find that people who are kind of out of the prizes or just below them, don't seem to do anything. It doesn't look like there's much else going on.
Should we look at Kushel just because he's only 8?
Ah, of course, he's. How old is he?
8. I'm just going to tell you. So I'm going to confirm this actually.
Confirm his age.
I'm going to confirm it officially.
I'm going to have how many days
he'd have a rating, would he? Fide? Because
he must do. Well,
I think no, there's not. Oh no, he does. He does. I know he does actually. It's Jack Creer, isn't it? Because I think he's one of the top. How do you spell it? Can you?
JAKHRIA.
Okay, I missed out the age. He is born in 2015.
So we're just trying to do some maths in
my head. Thank you, Lively Lemons. Standard rating 1815, birth year 2015. Because I think he was, wasn't he the top under 8 or under 7 last year in the world? In the whole world, and Bodana was the top in the girls as well. I think we had 2 top in the world. Anyway, 2015, so that makes him 7 or 8, depending on whether he's had his birthday.
Hello, Timo Lecan. Yeah, I mean, this Kushel is just, and Bodana, it's just very scary and ending great as well.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
For seeing these players come through, and obviously
Yeah.
I've got Shreyas currently pushing through at the moment, and it looks like he's gone up, because I remember you always have bumps along the road. I think he played an all-play-all tournament, didn't he? A GM Norm tournament. He lost nearly all his games and got a lucky win against Nigel Davies, and then to push on from that and actually learn from it and move on to get his GM norms, he's definitely look like he's going to join there.
I mean, he improved really fast, didn't he? Because he, like that one summer, and he was FM, and then he just got like 3 IMs like in about 3 months, didn't he? It was.
Right. I mean, it's just the amount though that he plays, as well. How you think about how many tournaments that you play and how many tournaments that I play, and we can't keep up with just the sheer amount of games. He might have played more games of chess FIDE rated than I have in my life already.
That's the way to do it, though, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, yeah. And he studies too, right? If you study and play, and yeah.
But yeah, we got Kushal here against John Merriman, and it looks like it was a Benoni opening, and Kushal's having a bit of a think here about what to do next. He's clearly got this pawn on a5, trying to prevent Black's counterplay with this b pawn coming forward, but I always find it's at some point White wants to do this, and they even give away a pawn doing this e5 move.
I played him when he was 6. I got a win against him when he was 6.
Oh, good. So have you played him again?
I'm not going to play him again. That's
no,
it.
Never. No, don't play him again. You want to know against him. Have you played against Shreyas when he was young?
I can't remember, actually. I got 4.5 out of 5 against Luke McShane when he was young.
Oh, that's good.
That was when he was 6 as well.
Yeah,
he was very young. Yeah. But I like Kushal's knight there on c4.
Yeah. So this knight would have come from f3, wouldn't it, to d2 and then c4. And it eyes up the weakness on d6, possible outpost on b6. I used to love playing like this when I was a junior, but I think my opponents were not 2297 rated. They were a lot weaker than that, so they used to let me put my knight into b6.
Let you do it, yeah.
Whereas nowadays, I'm afraid, it's just going to get taken off by this knight. So he's gone for bishop d3. It's obviously moving the bishop twice.
What's he trying to do with that? Is he going for f5? Gives away e.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not too sure I like the move, but
yeah.
Like, for example, the move that you want to play as White here is you want to try and work e5 into the game somehow. And then when they take, you don't even have to take back. You can even play something like d6, and usually the queen is on c7, so you get a tempo against it. And then your knight comes into d5 and starts causing all kinds of chaos. But you can also go for this kind of f5 move here, and you're kind of blunting this bishop, and you can put this knight on e4. So maybe he's trying to put his bishop on this pawn, because if pawn takes pawn, he wants to take back with the bishop. On e2, but can't. But personally, I kind of prefer the bishop on f3 and rather than d3, because you're not really going to put this rook on e1 when it's already on the f file. So yeah, I'm a bit unsure about his exact plan there.
Is he wanting to put his queen on
e2?
E2 maybe.
Because there's no rook on e8, is there, to line up with it? But I'm
not sure.
Yeah.
What you'd have done?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I'm not really sure what I'd have done at all, to be honest. I mean, it's one of those positions where I don't think that Black has played too forcing. Maybe he's thinking that Black might play f5 actually.
Yeah, and he wants him to recapture with the.
Yeah, I mean, this is a standard way actually for Black to play. Actually, thinking about it, I completely forgot about this to begin with. And so now after takes, I guess there's a problem with defending this pawn after something like queen h5 maybe. And if knight f6, we go back to h3 perhaps, but I'm not even too sure about that because they've got knight g4. But maybe just queen c2. Maybe queen c2.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the reason. And actually, how does Black defend that pawn? Queen f6.
Knight move maybe.
Yeah, you can't because you can only go to
You're
f6.
blocking the pawn. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so
it
you
hasn't
block
really
the
got
rook.
any squares, has it, that knight?
No, and black's kind of like has to go like queen f6 to defend it. That's if winning it is obviously a good thing. I'm guessing now he's thinking knight e3, and he's like, I want to wrap up this pawn.
Oh yeah, that's pretty nice.
I guess he's got a point. So maybe bishop d3 is a really clever move, and he's just trying to prevent black's counterplay of this move. But has he actually prevented b6 here as well, or is this still a b5? Oh, the idea is that after b5 takes knight a5.
Oh, nice.
And then you've got this
coming in on c6
to jump into.
Yes.
I mean, black can still consider these kind of ideas, but and just allow that. But that's what's currently preventing.
So this moves to keep control on both sides of the board. Nice.
So it's quite a you don't expect that kind of thinking from an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
You kind of think that they want to go. So, for example, from an 8-year-old, you're thinking, okay, e5, f5. Let's go
bring
on.
The rook and bring the queen in and mate.
Yeah, rook f3. You'd be expected to come across and stuff. Let's go mate our opponent. Yeah, here he's playing these kind of moves that kind of restrict this kind of Python strategy. You remember the book Chess for Tigers?
Of course. I remember.
Everybody grew up with this book, I should imagine. I loved describing myself as a Python when I was a child. And it's just kind of restricting. I mean, I don't know what John's going to do here to get some counterplay there. There's possible pawn sacks with g5 perhaps, but maybe that's a bit too much at this moment in time. I'll probably put this queen somewhere like e7, c7, but then it gets hit by that d6 move I was talking about before. So yeah, he's in a bit of a bind here.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, should we head on back over to the women's section and see what's going on there? So, okay, so we've got to have some developments in the open section, but the women's section is where we want to look. Should we have a look at that game where queen takes f7 was about to get played?
Yes. That was Emily's, wasn't it? And it did get played.
Apologies, Emily. It's probably not going to be something you want to watch back on, but yeah, queen takes f7 check, king d8. Then she took with the bishop, takes queen d5. Yeah, knight f7 checks coming in. Went back again, and then went knight d5.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, because she can block queen a5 check with bishop d2, so she went queen here. And then just castles. Yeah.
That's sensible from white.
Yeah.
And I suppose now we're going to have bishop f4 as part of our plans, but not yet because our knight's the knight.
Is there a sneaky little bishop e6 threat trapping the queen in here?
Ooh. Nice.
Sneaky little threat. So that's why knight f4 got played. So, he's making a little bit of a fight of it there. I quite like that.
Good. And can black take on?
Well, take on d4, bishop e3, and rook d1.
Queen takes e5.
Oh, okay. I mean, we could just play knight.
I imagine you can't because it just looks looks crazy, doesn't it? I just imagine you can't. Maybe you want to, as black, you want to somehow get the bishop out, don't you?
Yeah. Is she also thinking of g5 though?
G5, okay, maybe. Yes.
I mean, if you're playing black here, you're a pawn down. Your position is pretty much hopeless with your king on d8. Why not? Let's go grab some material.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, because you've still got this bishop e6.
Exactly. So I don't know where the knight goes, and maybe there's some better squares like h5, for example. I mean, the problem is bishop e6 doesn't actually threaten to win anything.
Oh,
the issue because you take the queen, but the knight takes check. So maybe it's not as.
Take again. Take.
So, for example, even if you go knight e2, bishop e6 doesn't threaten anything.
What do you mean? Because the queen's.
Because you do knight takes bishop check, and you fought the king and queen. So you're not actually winning anything.
Oh yeah, okay.
I mean, I think it will win something if you're not careful, of course. But so for example,
you're threatening actually queen takes e5, aren't you?
Yeah, queen takes e5 would be threatened. So So that's why knight h5 here, I think, is probably a good move. When bishop e6, we can just do knight takes knight, I think. But here, maybe black will. The thing is here is that, the problem is when this queen retreats, this is such a big threat.
Yeah.
And so you've got to go bishop e6, and then, okay, the g5 pawn will just fall as well. So it's just hopeless. She's gone rook g8.
Okay.
I think she has to. I think Emily needs to play a bit more active than that, or try something. But
what she could try is
queen takes rook.
Queen takes rook. Oh God. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
It's so easy to fall.
Oh, you can do that. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
And that's just game over.
Yep. Fair enough. Alrighty.
So that's an
exchange. Let's do a different
one. Okay. Well, let's move on then and not put her through any more pain. Okay, so yeah, I'd really like to go back to looking at this game between Audrey and Sarah. Actually, I think
let's see that.
Livened up quite a lot. We saw it at bishop d3, d5, takes.
So this was the
Ponziani.
That's
and then Sarah went for queen h4 with the subtle threat of queen takes f2 checkmate.
Yeah, which Audrey saw.
Unsurprisingly. But now comes bishop c5 and just still threatening to take an f2.
Threatening on f2. So I'm expecting then what? You could either... You could just defend with queen. Say queen...
Well, she does queen e1, but bishop takes knight e4 is probably the other option. But
queen e1... Oh, yeah. Okay, queen e1. Fine.
And then bishop d7. Pieces started to get offered to exchange. Basically, I think Audrey's saying here, please exchange pieces with me so I don't lose. I guess Sarah wanted to take back with the a pawn here. c4 happened.
All right, so what's this one about? So if you take it, they're taking on e4. Queen takes...
I'm a bit unsure about this c4 move. It feels like a very combative move. Like for example, could Audrey have played just like knight d2 here and been okay?
So knight d2, and if we swap, so how's that?
But I don't know if she's...
It's kind of level, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean...
They're board 2 and they need to... They're needing to win to...
Yeah, I think they're in a kind of like a... Well, I mean, Sarah's... Yeah, they're both on 4 points. So they kind of need to win to kind of get seconds or share a second, at least. So it's quite important. But here, knight d2 almost feels like the opening's not gone right for me.
It does feel like the sort of thing, yeah, that but you do knight d2 a lot in the Ponziani and swap a knights.
Okay. So I mean, like here, like this is just a position. It's I don't think White's got any advantage, but with c4, she's definitely trying to be a bit more. Let's go and have a game of chess.
Seems to put a lot of stuff in the position, doesn't it? Because like, so you'd have to look at what happens if Black plays pawn takes pawn. So pawn takes pawn. Is there some trick with bishop takes knight on e4 would be where the trick would come, right?
Just take back with the queen, I think, and I don't see any tricks there.
There's no trick.
You're just a pawn down. I think she just has to take back on c4. I mean,
yeah, but then there's going to be
d6. You just take on d3.
It feels to me like if you take White takes back on c4, there's potential of tricks for Black. That's my sort of feeling about it.
Well, it's just that this knight is not as secure on this square anymore. And maybe Audrey wants to play knight c3, which is more aggressive than knight d2.
Yeah, okay. So, all right. If I'm saying I think there's tricks, I have to find one. Yeah.
I mean, it's Black to play here as well. You want me to just castle kingside and let you have a chance to find some tricks? So I'm also worried about...
I'm saying Black would have tricks.
Oh, Black would have tricks. Okay.
Yeah, but okay, but it does seem sensible to castle kingside, so let's do it. Yeah.
Does feel like this knight's a little loose though now. Like if you take and go like g3 or something, you could sever the connection between the queen and the knight.
Yeah.
Somehow. So, for example, like a good idea.
But if they do go g3, you just take it off. That's the thing, right?
Well, in this position, but if I do bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, rather than g3, why don't go f4?
f4, okay.
And now you're forced to swap queens, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. I wanted to stay back with the a rook, but even then, maybe that's not even that good. You get a position like this, and knight c5 or bishop c6. Probably knight c5.
Yeah.
b4 and this. Yeah, you get kind of this pawn structure where I think white's a little bit better here actually.
Okay.
Because you just got a bit more space, and it's not easy, and it's still a lot of play. But the fun thing was though, Natasha, after c4, yeah. Sarah went d4.
Oh, okay.
So this is where the fun starts.
Okay.
So she didn't want to lose a bishop, so the only safe square was c1.
All right. Let's look at this one then. So then, but knight c5 might be nice.
Didn't want to lose a bishop, so she went bishop e2.
So then d3.
Then d3, and she's gone bishop f3.
All right, and this is where we're at, is it?
Well, Sarah picked up a pawn.
Okay.
But now I think because this bishop is attacking this and the knight's defending it, now Audrey went b4. And you know that comment that I made before about, why not just play knight d2 and just be okay with the position?
Yeah.
I think Audrey might be going back to that moment in the mind and going, why didn't I just play knight d2 right here? Because this feels like a big stretch to try and just win the pawn back.
So, okay, but now there's all sorts going on here. Because, like, for example, you can... I was just looking at queen d4.
You want to win this rook somehow, yeah?
Oh, no, but then... Sorry, no, just because then they can still take on c5 and they're also threatening the bishop on c6. So I don't want to do that anymore. I want to move my knight first. I want to go knight e6.
I mean, you can play queen d4 because even though you lose the knight and bishop, you take the rook on a1 and the knight on b1.
Oh, and the knight on... Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, all right.
But I mean, I think after queen d4 though, white can maybe play something to c3.
Knight c4.
Or queen c3.
Queen c3. I mean, black's a pawn up here.
At the moment. B7 will hang when the knight moves.
Yeah, okay, I see. All right. We could go more crazy and go knight a4 with the idea of queen. The idea of queen d4 next, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing the point is that that's why Sarah's taking time here, because if bishop takes b7, you don't want to go bishop d4 immediately, you lose your rook, but just rook b8.
Yeah.
And let's assume bishop retreats and then bishop d4, and this rook on a1 is toast.
You just lost it, right? There's nothing you can do.
Well, there is. You can go knights somewhere.
But what if we did it with the queen then? Queen d4.
Okay, queen d4. Because knight a4 covers that c3 square.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Quite nice. So I guess then I have to use this intermezzo here.
You have to go there. Okay.
Or d2.
Well, you can do that.
Let's go this way. Maybe then d2 better.
I will. I'll go queen d4 still, I suppose.
Well, then I'll go bishop e3. Oh, or maybe not. Queen takes e5 here, maybe. Oh no, queen takes e5. We've got bishop takes b6, winning. Because I take back on e1 with the check.
Yeah, right. Go back. Go back even one.
This is hard, isn't it?
So it went knight a4. So knight a4, we're saying knight a3.
Yeah. White's pieces are coming out fast against this queen.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you need to move the queen the other way somewhere.
I'm going to go back to h4.
Yeah. Bishop b7, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's a danger here that like bishop b7, rook b8, maybe just bishop b4. And what Audrey's saying is I'm going to win the b7 pawn, but then I'm also going to win the d3 pawn, and then I'm going to be a pawn up.
Yeah, but. Right, so now bishop d4.
Okay. And, oh, you want knight c3.
I'm trying to get my knight in on e2 and see what happens.
Oh,
there.
And then you want to checkmate me with my king.
Well, I'd ideally like to do that. Yeah.
I think knight c3 is just good enough here though, because you fought the bishop and rook.
Yeah.
And knight e2 check actually wins the bishop for free as well, so that's looking quite good for you. So I need to improve this play. Maybe taking on b7 is maybe just too soon. Maybe we should just do some simple development here.
Yeah,
get these pieces out.
Bishop out, maybe.
I mean, bishop e3. That bishop on b6 is causing us a lot of problems.
Yeah.
So maybe this is just a simple move. We should just check it.
But I'd maybe take it. And if you take with the queen, I could consider taking on b4 because it hits the knight.
The queen on e1 was defending.
Great.
Yeah, nice. Well, I guess I take on d3.
Oh, you do. Yeah. True.
Yeah, it's so complicated though. Even
here, so long, and I'm setting up some more stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing the moves on the boards.
Yeah. They're trying to work it out.
A position here after b4, and I mean, for example, I assume that something like knight e6 or knight a6 would get played, but maybe this is not as simple as we first thought, and maybe white is just winning that pawn on b7 back. I still think that black's position is better though. She's like off knight e6. She's played knight e6.
Knight e6, okay.
So I still like, for playing black here against this opening, I think she's more than equalized. She's just trying to see how she can win it, I think. Hello, Kentamari. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so Audrey's got a lot of choice in knight d2, knight a3. Knight a3, obviously, the b4 pawn is still guarded.
Yeah.
Maybe Sarah just needs to play this like simply and not do anything special. I don't know where the queen goes exactly, but maybe h4.
Yeah.
Is actually apart from d4, it's the only safe square. Or a6 as well, but maybe not. Maybe taking on b7 is a little bit.
Yeah.
I quite like this knight coming to this way as well.
True.
But okay. Even bishop e3 here is still probably okay. So you were describing Audrey's style before, and I think this is. Well, actually, both of their styles quite attacking and aggressive. I'm pretty sure Sarah will be very happy in position, but Audrey's quite happy.
She likes this kind of game too.
This kind of craziness that's going on with knight e6. Okay, well, let's have a look at the top matchup, because this is where the title's going to be decided. And
Zoe against Kata.
It's a bit more normal.
Oh, so it was going into some kind of retia. Now she's doing this Maroczy bind kind of English.
Yeah, where did we leave it? Where did we leave it? Was it around castles? Wasn't it here? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so castles, queen e2. I think you might mention this move.
Yeah, and then they can, this stuff, and then like rook d1 and knight c3. Yeah, and this is actually very mainline now, I think.
They're transposed, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's almost like you can play 12 moves and you get this position. She finally moves this pawn to e4.
Okay.
So now this is very topical. White's got obviously a bit more space. h4 was a big decision. I feel like h4 was really interesting. I'm a bit unsure about h4 actually. Because normally I think that, although maybe I'm wrong, but maybe f4 is more normal. But I mean, Maybe she's just saying, "I'm going to take every single bit."
When I play this type of thing, I'm now trying to stop myself playing f4. I do f4 too often, so now I don't like f4, but I have been through phases where I'd play f4 all the time in it.
Oh, well, I thought you'd be more of a H4 player, actually, Natasha.
Yeah. No, I'm switching.
You're switching. Oh, switching. Yeah. Maybe this is AlphaZero inspired, perhaps.
Exactly.
We've only got 2 more moves. Bishop f8 as a standard retreat, and then Zoe, who's quite significantly down on time here.
She does sometimes, doesn't she, get into time trouble? Which she better be careful about it in this game, because I think you won't want to be. This will all open up and get very. There'll be lots of action in this game, and you don't want to be in time trouble at that point, I think.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I think. I mean, the position is still, I think, perfectly fine, but I am concerned about Zoe's clock here. And also, for example, if Kata doesn't do much, like for example, you can sometimes even play moves like Bishop A8 and claim that it helps you play B5 at some point. She might even shift some knights in somewhere. Maybe just kind of keeps the status quo without changing too much. And all of a sudden, Zoe's time starts to drip down, trying to come up with a plan when it's actually very difficult to come up with a plan.
Yeah. It's still early stages though in this game, I think. So she should make sure she just gets some moves on the board and
gains that 30 seconds increment is something you can play on, isn't it? But when your opponent's got
a bit stressful though against a strong opponent in the last round of the English Championships for the title. That's what I think.
Okay.
In terms of channels, I've still got my channel, and this one's I don't actually know, Jonathan, this is yours or an ECF?
No, this is not my channel. No, I've got my own channel that I'm at some point we'll do some more work on, but this is the ECF's channel. Yes. I just have the passwords for, and I'm sure it'll be passed on to a few other people in the future as well. But I think somebody's also missing Matthew as well, Natasha.
Matthew, yeah.
Not around at the moment. He's another shogi player as well, isn't
he? He was. I don't know if he's been playing so much recently, but he got to very good at shogi. He was like he got to. We were playing in the English shogi championships. This would be, I don't know, maybe before lockdown. I can't remember exactly. But anyway, he got to. It was like got to the knockout stages, and he actually got to the final.
Really?
So he's actually like one of the very top few shogi players in England. But I think he's been focusing on chess and other stuff. So,
well, I mean, are you playing in the British Championships coming up, or yourself and Matthew are playing on that, or
in the British? I'm going to play some, I think, but I still haven't exactly planned.
Yeah.
I'll definitely turn up for some of it. Anyway.
Turn up at some point, yeah. Obviously, it's in Leicester this year.
How about you? You're going to play?
Probably not. I'm about an hour 40 away from it, so it's a bit too long to commute every single day. Yeah. I'd love to play in it. I think it would be great to, and also to see somebody playing for Wales in the tournament as well. I think Ethan did last time, but we do. It tends to be only like one person, if anybody, has that Welsh flag flying there. But it's again accommodation costs and things. I might be maybe roped into doing some sort of commentary or something on it in some way, but I'll just enjoy the.
It's nice to follow, isn't it? I do like these things.
Yeah. But okay, not much happening in this game, I guess. While Kata kind of thinks of what move do I play next in this game. She's gone Queen A8, which is again.
Oh yeah, they do that stuff, don't they? Yeah.
They do that stuff. It's all these moves like this. Queen has gone D8 to C7 to B8 to A8.
No, I had a game against Pete. It wasn't exactly like this, but I had a game against Peter Large in a Golders Green quick play, and he did this kind of lineup which worked for him in the end with Bishop B7, Queen A8 against my Fianchetto system.
Yeah,
it's I mean, because White can do this kind of plan as well, but
Mm.
obviously Zoe's not going to win this game because she's gone a different direction. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know what this h4 move gained. I'm
Right.
waiting to see what
So I guess she's going to go h5, h6, isn't she?
But I think after h5, I think Black can play
Have to go h6.
h6, and then maybe she has to organise g4, g5 in order to take advantage of that. Obviously, this pawn on h6 gives White a hook now. So if White can get g5, and then there has to be pawn exchanges, and then obviously opening up the king side, and White's going to be quicker to get their rooks over to this side of the board. But g4, g5 looks very difficult to organise, unless it works straight away. But it feels like it just gives away all of these dart squares I'm very worried about.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned. Here,
if I have to call this game, I might call it for Kata because she's so far ahead on the clock and the setup. Yeah.
And it's difficult to come up with a plan.
But I shouldn't. Yes, I mean, obviously.
Well, okay. I mean,
I would like to see Zoe win the title. Actually.
Yeah. Well, we've got the chasers here, so let's just remind ourselves of the points. I think it's that's the wrong one there. So we've got Camilla is only on 4 points, but Rukia is on 4.5. So she kind of needs to win with Black here against Camilla. In order to and hope that Kata wins so that she will be joint champion.
Yeah.
Hang on. What's happened to Camilla's time? We were worried about Zoe's time.
No, she does time travel too, doesn't she? Yeah.
They've only played 12 moves.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's interesting.
I'm just gonna check on my phone, and this can't be right. She can't be down to 12.
Do you think we haven't got the latest position?
No, I mean, I've got no idea what I think, but...
Yeah, it's possible.
Is this... No, there's only 12 moves played, and she's down to 19 minutes. What's happened? I mean, okay, where did we even leave this? We left it around here. We were expecting f4 here, weren't we? And she didn't play f4. She went knight f3 and a3, and... Okay, these are just simple moves, though. And so Rukia is... and I see a post on Twitter about some of these girls actually being from the same school or from the same county.
They're Colchester juniors. So Nina, Rukia, and I think Abby was also on the tweet, wasn't she? And also May.
Wow.
Yeah, in I think Essex juniors. And I've done a little bit of coaching with. I know Rukia. We played in there was a Blitz tournament at the school, and I can't actually remember what happened in the game, but I had a very nice game. She was very chatty afterwards, and we were talking about all the different things in the game. And she's going to be. She's a big talent. As in there's quite a few, and I think it helps as well that there's a few of them there. In the same area anyway, together and kind of all improving together. So
because as much as they are,
and so I think Rich Pert does a lot of work there with coaching the juniors.
Wow.
And Robin Slade organises it for the school, one of the schools in the area. But I'm not sure if whether they all go to the same school or just in the same area. But yeah, there's lots of good things happening. I mean, in girls chess and the boys as well. Yeah. So Max and some others from there.
Well, excellent work down there. And it's good to have competitive people around you rather than just being the only one. It makes you stronger.
I think it helps. It gets them all to improve together. It's very good.
Thanks for the follow, Dave Agadir. But yeah, I mean, if you're a Rukia here, then you're basically very happy with what you're seeing because, I mean, Camilla's still thinking here, Natasha. What's there to think about? Yeah.
So now I guess Camilla, like all of them at the top here, are looking for a win in this game to keep their title chances alive.
I don't think Camilla can win.
Can she not? How? Let's see. Let's see.
So this is the point score. So Zoe's on 5 playing against Kata. So someone's
going to end on 5.5. Okay, and Camilla has 4, so she can only actually get to second. She could get to. No. She could get to joint first, couldn't she? If she wins. Oh no, sorry.
It's
No, I'm
all
not with
tricky,
this.
isn't it?
No, she can't. Okay, yeah, I get it. Fine. Yes.
So yeah, but she's kind of handing it a little bit to Rakuya to, who wants to win this game or needs to win to keep her chances alive, and hopes that Kata wins or it's a draw on top order. Then
yes. So you could have Kata winning and Rakuya winning, and then those two would be. I don't know if anyone managed to find out for us if there's a playoff in the women's or if they would then share the title.
Yeah.
If anyone knows that would be really interesting.
That'd be great because I'm staying for commentary if there's a playoff.
Yes.
Later on, unlikely to be one in the Open Championship, but it's still possible, I guess. If Miki loses, then there would be. But here, is she thinking about G4 here? This looks like a pretty standard idea in these types of positions. Is this a?
Yeah. Or just kind of clamping down on black and keeping that.
Move your queen out of the way. Let's castle queen side and let's go have some fun on the king side.
Interesting. Yeah, and then black will try. I guess black will try then and break through in the middle.
I guess you could delay it and just move a queen first if she wanted to. Don't even know where the best square for me. Probably D2. And then
because white could still castle queen king side as well.
Yeah, that's the point. So maybe she's thinking along these lines, but I just think she has to make a decision and just do a move. The opponent's got an hour on the clock, so it's I don't know what's going on, Natasha, and I've seen this sometimes though, where you in chess you're thinking so hard trying to get it right that a lot of chess players at the top, we are. I'm not saying that this is Camilla, but we are perfectionists in some way. We want to make sure that every move that we do is the right move, the best move, and sometimes there's a big thing about playing practically where you just have to do a move. It might not be the best move, but you know it's going to be okay. At least not losing, shall we say, still keeping you with a chance to play a game of chess. And I've done this.
She's good in time trouble anyway, though, Camilla. I have experience of this thing because I played her in the 3+2 Blitz finals, and she got into real big time trouble against me on that. I was way off on the clock and had a really, really good position. But then in her time trouble, she just developed all these mating threats.
Oh, no. She's definitely.
Don't write her off just because she's got a little bit of time left.
No, but it's more the comparison to her opponent's time, isn't it?
No, I see.
Crazy thing. And how many moves we played.
And it will give her opponent confidence as well. I would have thought that Rakuya will feel like Camilla's not comfortable with the position or is,
Well, you can also be sucked in, though, can't you, as well? When your opponent's down on time, you want to play fast back at them to try and make them put more
pressure. It can make you more nervous, can't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So it can have the opposite effect. How many times have we seen somebody like David Howell get himself into time trouble? And you think, why are you in time trouble now? You know this position already. And then he blitzes out all these top moves. I guess some of them do it just to get the adrenaline running. I don't know. You see the legs shaking and everything. Okay, well, let's flick down through some of these other games. And this game did end in Anusha winning against Emily. Which is a bit tough.
Oh, unlucky Emily. Well played, Anusha.
Yeah, we've also had another result.
She did it well. She did it efficiently, didn't she?
Yeah.
In that position, because it was possible. Even though it looks really good, it is possible to go wrong in those things.
Where did we leave it? We left it for rook g8. Oh, she did take the rook. Yeah.
Okay, she got it. Yes. Yeah.
So that's the exchange. This is an exchange and a pawn, and 2 pawns now. Pieces getting swapped off.
Swapped it off, and
that's just the way to win the game. Simple, effective.
Nice work.
Game over. You have to, when you get the chances, and sometimes it'll be the other way around in the future, you've got to make what you pay. And Shambavi's drawn against the Sumi as well.
Yeah.
Little offer of a draw there. Abigail's playing against Sumia, although that looks quite crazy. What's going on here? Abigail against Sumia.
Oh gosh, that queen's there.
It's a queen on e2.
There is a queen on e2. That's the thing that first springs to mind. What's it doing there, actually? It just moved there. It's going to try and...
Yeah, it's come from h5. I think she wants to swap queens off.
Interesting. What about, then, queen a4?
Oh, these bishops are a bit...
Oh, that's what she's doing. She's coming back to defend that bishop on a5, isn't she?
See, so queen a4, we've got queen
That's
b5.
what she's up to.
Right. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So I'm guessing like rook d2, she's also got queen c4 as well. I think Sumi is actually doing quite well in this position, actually, after queen e2, because the pawn structure is the other thing that I notice here, and Abigail's extra pawn is on e5, whereas Sumi's is on b4. She can get the bishops out of the way, she can actually create a passed pawn, whereas Abigail can't, because they're doubled on the e file. So yeah, I think I can understand why Abigail's taking her time here and then down to 34 minutes. Yeah. It's not easy.
Oh, it feels like you want to.
Yes. Feels like I want to trap that queen in, but
I want to trap the queen, want to trap the bishop. I want to trap everything, but nothing.
Yeah, they're a little awkwardly placed, aren't they? But I mean, she's still got some advantages. She's got control of the d file, pressure on c6. She's attacking b4 as somehow, so maybe something like f3 after swapping queens, and bishop e1 might win the b4 pawn. But I mean, there's just so much play.
No, but white could get the pieces all over to the king side now.
Yeah, but how?
Bishop h7 and queen e4.
I'm not sure.
Again, it's quite a high risk
that feels
way
like,
of doing things.
I see that the rook's coming over and maybe bishop f4 and takes, but I feel like you could also get mated yourself.
Yeah. It's a double-edged.
Definitely double-edged. Yeah.
But no, my point is that black has sort of diverted the piece away from the king side, and it's not necessarily so easy to get back again.
But how are you even creating a threat here as well? Like if I gave you a few more moves, let's suppose that I just went rook back, and I'll put my rook back on c7 next go as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe not.
Yeah, it's difficult to create a threat, isn't it? And I mean, I think queen e2 is quite a good move. These pieces do look a little bit vulnerable, but I think maybe just swapping queens, it might not actually be too bad. You know, I'm playing this move f3 because this coming back to here, I think it's quite dangerous.
Right, and just pick up the b pawn.
Yeah, and it's you're not really a proper pawn up because it's doubled on the e file, but it might just be the best because your bishop's going to be better than that light square bishop because you can attack this forever.
Yeah.
So you'll be occupying a piece at least. So this looks like quite a forcing variation. Just this f3 move is possibly difficult to see. I mean, maybe you go to f4 instead.
Hi, Northumbria Masters.
Yes, hello. Is that Tim? Okay, well, let's have a look at the top, and then we'll flick on back. I should imagine to so Bodhana.
We see Audrey, and how that went because that was exciting.
Wasn't it? It was exciting, wasn't it?
And Sarah. Oh yeah, she went back.
She went back to e6, she took on b7, and then went back to e4 with the bishop.
Okay, so that's
she's lining up this pawn, I guess.
We were kind of looking at that. Yes.
I don't think Sarah will be unhappy with this position, no. I mean, even if she loses that pawn, she's probably going to get the b pawn or the e5 pawn back.
So what if she just goes bishop d4? Oh, this is then we get back into the knight a3.
Knight a3, rook b1 idea, yeah.
But we can take on b4 this time, can't we? Because now our rook is on b8.
Ah, yes.
What I mean is bishop d4, knight f3, queen b4 straight away, perhaps. Because if they go bishop d2, we can take on a3, so they can't do that.
We maybe got rook b1 after queen takes b4,
rook
though.
b1.
Because your rook on b8 is unguarded.
Okay, and then we can swap. So queen e1. No, queen e1, rook b8 in between.
Oh, no, but then king e7.
Oh, yeah.
And then what do we take on h8 or take on Well, we can't take on h8.
You'd have to take on e1, and then we take on.
We have to take on e1 because if
B8.
you take on h8, we've got bishop takes f2 check, and that's mate.
That mates, yeah, yeah.
So what is this again? So this is, let's just have a look at this. So bishop d4, knight a3,
yeah,
queen b4,
rook b1.
check. Oh, sorry, not check. Rook b1.
Not check, but we're getting check in a moment. Queen
takes
e1.
queen, check.
King e7.
Here.
Now, is there any move now? There's bishop g5 check. Does that
Knight's
do
on
anything? Not knight's on it. Yeah. So if rook takes the blacks, yeah, this one needs to mate.
Leads to mate. Queen takes rook. So therefore, white has to do rook takes queen, and then black takes the rook back.
Yeah.
And and then white takes the pawn on d3 at the end.
Ah, that's important.
It is, but I don't think it's that important. It's just equal.
Yeah.
I think black's pieces are better placed here than white's.
Yeah.
But I mean, to allow rook b1 and rook takes, and then all of this feels very crazy. I mean, this could even be so much more than what we see there in this position. I mean, 92, queen takes. Yeah, 92 is a better
92. Now, can black take on b4 still?
Well, not this time now, because now rook b1, unless you're
b1, and now this trick works.
Yeah, it's winning the queen for 2 pieces here, because a queen back just feels like you're losing 2 rooks.
Yeah, okay, so you can't.
So I don't think you can do queen takes pawn. So knight d2 is probably the what she's going to play against bishop d4.
So okay, knight d2. I was looking at queen in to c2.
Oh, coming further forward.
Yeah. Again, someone else's pieces.
Somebody else's pieces. And yes, Christina Cage, yes, there is an English Chess Championships. When did they get restarted, Natasha? Do you remember? I'm pretty sure it didn't exist like 10 years ago and came back in at some point only recently, a few years ago.
Yeah, I actually don't know either, but at the seniors they were saying it was like the 8th or something. You know, that there had been a fair number, but there was a little break for COVID.
Ah, okay. Welcome, Mikey Kane, as well. Yeah, I like your queen c2 move. But let's just
information on the championships is on the English Chess Federation website. So if you go just to the main page of there'll be a link to the English Chess Championship. I think if you look at there's a tournaments and then over the board or online, and it's in the over the board. There's probably a link on the main page at the moment. It's live.
When you go to the English Chess Federation, it looks like this.
Yeah.
You can, for this one in particular, you can click on this link here, and that just takes you to everything about the English Chess Championships here. And if you're looking for more tournaments, then you can click on the calendar and scroll through the many tournaments that are available to enter in there. There you go. Right. Okay. Well, I mean, rook b1 here, and this is still a crazy position. This d pawn, is it a strength or a weakness?
I like it.
Yeah, I like it at the moment. I think it can be easily.
Because you could even take on. I know. Yeah. I like your bishop b5 or something. The a2 pawn's on 3 spots, then you'd lose the d3 pawn, and I prefer the d3 myself.
Oh, so hang on. Why not just castling here?
Yeah. Just get the king safe, and then
king safe, and then. Even if rook b3, we can play bishop b5 against that. You know, it's not too bad. I think castling just makes a lot of sense. But okay, I mean, we do actually have some moves. She's actually gone bishop d4. Knight d2 has been played, so we might be seeing queen c2 perhaps. But let's flip back because we've still got Mickey against Jonah.
How's Mickey doing?
Yeah.
Jonah against Mickey. And this was an interesting position, wasn't it? It was the sort of battle of the knights against the bishops.
Yeah.
And what was going to happen with this pawn on... Yeah, we left it here. And did he play rook b8?
Yeah, he played it. And then knight b5 got played, so jamming.
We were looking at this.
Yeah, and queen d8. I didn't even know about queen d8. That's your suggestion. It was a good one.
Is this what they actually played? Or is this
this is the game.
That was my suggestion. Yeah, it was, for sure. Okay, I play like Mickey. This is very good. So I'm very happy.
So he's allowed to take on a6 and then gone knight a3 because he's going to bring this knight back to c4. So bishop d7 happened, knight c4, bishop b5. And we're talking about this kind of bishop rerouting, weren't we? For both bishops, actually, at some point. And then he's gone knight a5, so we can't do bishop takes knight. But he's just giving up this. This is what top players do so easily. You more than happily give up an exchange here.
Well, I guess
is it the knight c6 comes in?
Yeah, because they could just do it straight away. Like Jonah could play knight c6 now.
Would he though? Would he just take the bishop?
I don't know what he would do. I mean, I think he'd go knight c6.
Yeah, the problem is though, if you take on b8, for example, if that's what your point is, can we take on g2?
Ooh, right. But then I take. No, I've got the last one because I can take on a6.
Okay, well, I'll go.
No. I take on a6, and you're stuffed because then I get your bishop as well.
no, but I'm going to go queen c8 here instead of queen c7.
You do. Oh, you changed.
Yeah, that was my mistake.
Fine.
Yeah,
I will rethink
you can have one.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
So if you take the rook, then bishop takes g2. And
okay.
So I don't.
Maybe I take.
Sorry, not queen c7, queen c8.
You're going queen c8.
I mean, I don't like.
Okay, I'm going to take your bishop then first, in this particular variation with the queen. I thought.
Queen.
All right.
Because the queen can come to c4 and a6.
No, because if you then try and go queen, you're going to go rook b6, are you?
Yeah, and I'm going to look to sack the rook back for the knight.
Oh.
Because it wins a pawn in the process.
Yeah.
So this is why.
So maybe this hasn't gone so well.
Back here, I would do just queen takes bishop straight away.
Okay.
And just leave the knight here ready to jump into c6 at the moment's notice.
Yeah. So you could still go queen c8 if you wanted.
Well, you probably start with rook b6.
Yeah.
Just defends the a6 pawn. And you're getting ready to take the knight off on c6 when it gets there.
Mickey would like Jonah to sack the exchange. Yeah, I expect so. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, but he doesn't take it. He goes knight a5 and he goes queen c8 anyway. And he goes knight d2 and the rook is still there, ready to be taken.
Is this what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he hasn't taken it. That's weird though. Why wouldn't he take it?
Well, I mean,
he's going to later. That's what. Oh, he's still going to.
Possibly. And yeah, well, just reading some of the comments in chat, we've obviously got lots of different people watching. People who are experienced chess players, people that are completely new. So great to have everybody together. And whether you get involved in online events or over the board events, then more than welcome, whatever suits you personally. But yeah, why would you not take this? I don't know about you, Natasha, but if I see a rook to take,
I'll whip it off now. I'd do it the right way.
Whip it off.
Bishop takes f1. That's my suggestion to Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, go and have a word with Mickey after he's played this game and go, why didn't you? You didn't need to listen to me. I guess the knights are just so.
Because now, right, you can perhaps get your bishop. We were worrying about this bishop on f6.
Yeah.
You maybe have a chance now, like either backwards or forwards. I don't know.
Well, I think the problem is that he's probably still going to not let you take it. He's going to put one knight here, one knight here, and go for and just let white dominate on the light squares.
All right. So then your rook. We can do your rook b6 now.
Yeah.
And then actually take on c6.
I mean, it might even be a pure exchange sacrifice where he just allows this to happen and just says, my knight's actually a really good piece.
You got to watch out for knight c6, knight e7, haven't you?
Yeah, but I mean, I think the knight might even sit on c4 as well in some lines.
Okay.
And attack the d6 pawn.
Yeah.
And he's just going to say, my knight is better than your rook in this position. I mean, I don't like giving a knight for the dark square bishop, so maybe.
What about then? So Mickey just then brings his queen out to g4, brings his rooks around to the king side, and the knight is pretty slow.
Yeah, but it takes the d6 pawn, and that's pretty fast. And also your attack on the king side.
You're not going to let him take the d6 pawn.
You're not going to let me take it?
No,
that's not part of the plan.
That's not it. No. So like Queen G4 now.
Okay, so if we go, I guess let's go F3 just to defend E4.
All right.
Although I don't like that, so maybe Queen D3 is probably better.
Okay. And then I don't know. We want to get our rooks active, so maybe could we have one defensive rook on B6 and get the other one round?
Yeah, you can have as many defensive rooks as you want. But now I will take on B6 and then take on A6.
Oh, you are going to take my rook now. Yeah, I suppose you might.
Because I'm taking on A6 afterwards. I'm probably chucking H3 so I don't get back rank mated as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't quite managed to get the rook actually in the game, so
yeah,
I don't like rook b I don't like my own move, rook b6. I don't think it was very good.
You still like bishop takes rook here, though.
Yeah. I'm still.
Well, Mickey Adams disagreed with you. He went.
No, did he really?
Yeah.
He went bishop d8.
He went bishop d8. He said, "No, do not take that rook."
No.
He said, "No, Natasha."
Not doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he definitely didn't miss it. This is a decision that he's made. I don't know if he's made it more from a defensive mentality. Perhaps.
Maybe he just likes his bishops. He likes having two bishops. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe he sees that this is just a better way of playing it because Jonah's knight now goes back.
Okay, so Jonah has put this knight in on c4,
and then bishop c7 defends this pawn on d6. Which is not where it wants to be, but I'm guessing long.
Yeah, okay.
Then Jonah brings his knight back to e3. Sack it.
I don't think I would have done it like
that. Mickey listens to you.
He listens
to you. Bishop takes rook.
He's done it, finally.
He's done it.
He's taken the rook. There we go.
He's finally decided that now this is a better
He's just
position.
spotted it. Yeah.
In order to take the exchange. I guess he's kind of improved his bishop to c7 from f6. Is that even an improvement?
That now when the knight goes on c4, it's all under control and he can bring the rooks round.
Yeah, but this knight's also kind of improved itself from a5.
It's true, and you could have one knight on f5 and one on c4 if you wanted, and you're still attacking
really,
b6, aren't you?
I mean, maybe he has to get g6 in quickly here.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Jonah was playing with fire from the start, wasn't he? He gave up both bishops for both knights. He wanted this imbalance, and now he's gone even further and says, "Here, have a rook for one of your bishops." So he's definitely making this massive imbalance, which is making it such an exciting game, which is great. Great to see. And Jonah's here just thinking about how to recapture and maybe wishing he didn't offer this rook, or I don't know.
Yeah, I thought once he'd got his knight to c4, he might leave it there for a bit and just kind of.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, for example, was it only a couple of moves ago here, aren't we? So just
I definitely think he'll take back the bishop. That's for sure.
He doesn't need to move the knight though here, does he?
Yeah.
In fact, is there anything in?
Just like f4, yeah, you could try, couldn't you?
This looks good to me.
Although once you're opening it up, then Mickey then he really does like his bishops.
Yeah, but all of Black's pieces are towards the queen side here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is live right now.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Yeah, this game is live, happening right.
So it's happening. Where is it? Warwickshire.
Oh,
I think it's happening in Warwickshire right now. I don't know whether it's actually in Kenilworth. It's either in Kenilworth or near Kenilworth. But you can also see it online on chess.com, Chess24, and Lead Chess.
Yeah. And well, you can stick with us and listen to us try and figure out why they're playing certain
figure out what they're doing, yeah.
No, this is a live game, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. And this is the one that decides the championship. Mickey's a whole point ahead. Jonah has to win to catch up. If Mickey gets a draw or a win, then Mickey is the English champion. I'm assuming
again. Yeah,
again. But yeah, I quite like f4 here. Maybe I'm just biased. I don't understand why Jonah went for this.
Yeah.
Knight e3, and he's taken back with the queen, and Mickey's just gone straight immediately a5, playing a little bit faster now, which it will sap a bit of confidence, I should imagine.
Yeah, so now a5 is interesting, isn't it? I guess just getting it off praise.
I'm just going to put a one of Tim's comments on the chat. I mean, he really wants us to earn our money here, doesn't he? You know, here's an interesting question: how many points do you think these pieces are worth in this position? White's rooks, black's rooks, white's knights, black's bishops. Maybe the traditional values don't apply. I mean, I'm not going to start getting into decimals here, but I think what he's clearly referring to is that it's a closed position because all of these, well, especially these pawns in red that I've highlighted are stuck together, this closed center. So knights are usually quite good. For example, this knight can jump into this beautiful square on f5, threatens knight e7 check, running the queen, starts to also attack the g7 pawn. And the bishop is not a good piece. I mean, currently it's looking at pawns. But long term, that bishop could be quite good. You know, if it starts to get outside the pawn chain, whether it comes back around this way again, whether this pawn goes forward and it gets out via this way, something like that. Please.
Yeah, I'm thinking Mickey's rook might go into b4 and then he try for kind of a4 at some point.
Yeah, this is what he's going to do. He's got to be careful over c3, just kicking his rook back out and meet straight away. Although that doesn't the b3 pawn. So yeah, he's definitely going for something like that.
And remember that now black's kind of the exchange up. He always could swap one of his rooks for a knight. And
that's a big advantage, isn't it?
Suited.
I mean,
somehow it's easier to be able to do that than the other way around, to choose to swap a knight for a rook.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an interesting game, isn't it? This is why we love chess. We enjoy this game because, you know, here we've got an international master against a grandmaster, and he's given away a rook for a bishop, which you never normally do in a game.
I see Mickey's gone. Oh, it's all happening now. So Mickey's gone G6 to stop the knight coming into f5, and now Jonah is doing your f4 plan, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think this is the right thing to do. I think he could have done it earlier, though, without giving up the rook and maybe a bit safer. But here he wants to take on e5 to draw this d pawn away, and then his own d pawn would be a protected passer. But again, it's, you know, all of black's pieces all on the queen side here, but they're not knights. They're long range pieces. So
they've got to get out, because like that one on a8 is a little bit. It wants to get in a bit, doesn't it? So yeah. So what do you think he'll take on f4?
Oh, do you know what? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I think this is where Mickey shows his true strength, in that normally if I was playing black here, I'd find this position really difficult to play.
Yeah.
Because you can see that white's got a plan. I'm going to come and attack you to death on the king side. And one thing that the good players do really well is they see what is really a threat and what isn't a threat, dismiss the non-threats and just deal with the specific threats. Whereas here it's very easy to start seeing ghosts, you know, as in threats that don't actually do anything. So, for example, is white going to do this? Is white going to take? Which one's the most important? Which one's the most dangerous? And does he need to get this bishop back to cover these dark squares somehow? Probably can't at this stage. But like something like h3 and knight g4 now coming into these dark squares could start creating some tactical problems for Mickey. So how is he going to deal with that? And that's the big question. That's why he was playing quite fast before, because he wants to put a bit of time pressure on Jonah. But this knight coming to g4, if Jonah can organise that, then I'm not sure that. The problem is the bishop even covers quite a lot of squares on d8, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
You know, so it does cover those, but Jonah's going to whip up some tactics here. It's just a case of whether they're actually going to be any good or not.
Does Mickey want to actually open up the diagonal b6 to g1? So that would involve a sacrifice. So you might have to sacrifice that pawn forwards, like I was trying to want him to do in the opening. But it might actually be a good thing to do now. And then if it takes, then you've got. Now, of course, if the knight takes, then if you do go bishop b6, they can just take it off as well.
But the problem is the bishop's good now, though, isn't it?
But now the bishop's really good. Although the d6, we have to remember the d6 pawn's on, so we have to.
Yeah, but I mean, it's quite easy to defend the d6 pawn, whether you do it with the bishop or the queen. Like, for example, actually, the e5 pawn's on pre as well.
Yeah, you might have to have taken on
You're
it.
starting to lose a few too many.
Maybe it's not something for now, but I'm just sort of
Oh,
thinking at some point it might be.
You've got bishop.
Oh yeah, bishop d4 looks nice.
Let's
Yeah,
go take
because once
another
you've got
rook.
that bishop there, it suddenly looks really nice again, doesn't it?
I mean, he could do the. Well, if the problem is he can't take on d6 here, we take on c2.
Yeah.
Take on e5.
Take on d2.
No, take on.
Oh,
f6.
we're getting mated. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, I don't know if we're getting mated, but there's definitely perpetual check there at least.
Yeah.
I
mean, so I don't think it's one for right this second, but I could imagine it at some point.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's probably the timing is quite important. So when to do this and this, and maybe he's even thinking about that now, perhaps.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Queen C6. Yeah, Black can definitely play it better and play a different line. I guess it's just for example, but this is all about getting your pieces active and how many pawns can you give away to get your pieces active as well. Such a difficult question, Natasha. Right. Okay. Well, let's just have a quick skip around the other top games in the section because we've got these two other chasing boards.
Oh, yeah. How's Marcus and Peter? Because they were having a bit of a think, weren't they, in the opening?
Yeah. I mean, wasn't it after we saw it? So back here at this point when Marcus had all this pieces, he wanted C6 here, which I quite liked actually.
Yeah. Did he go for that?
No. He went here, but then he did go Rook B8.
Yeah. Okay. Same sort of idea.
So I guess the pawn on C7 comes to C5 straight away. And he's still got his bishop here, and you notice how the bishop came to d3. It actually blocks the pawn on d2.
Yeah.
But Marcus does play this kind of way, doesn't he? And then knight c5.
He does this stuff, yeah.
She went back, and then b4. So Peter's really using all those tempo gaining moves. White's pieces were quite far forward, but as you know, the b pawn has come with tempo. The b pawn twice come with tempo now. The knight came with tempo on the bishop on d3. So this is quite interesting. He's pushed Marcus back, and Marcus seems very happy.
He's going to, yeah. No, it's a normal move, isn't it? Knight e1. It looks like you're really bringing all your pieces back.
But here, I mean, this is crazy in a way because
I wasn't expecting him to take that. Actually.
No, okay. But I think what his plan is that
he's going to go d4. Is he? No.
Yeah, he wants to. So it's almost like he's lost a load of tempo, and now he's going to gain some tempo back on Black's pieces and here Peter goes for a4, d4 happens, takes, and then the bishop comes in, more tempo gaining moves. I love it. Knight d3.
Okay, so we could swap everything on d3.
Well, the problem is that if he swaps everything on d3, that the pawn structure here is pretty bad for Black. One, he's taken back with the pawn here, so giving himself double pawns and an open king, but more so the pawn on c7.
Oh, true. And also you might quite like the knight eventually if you can get it.
Yeah, well, this knight's going to go b2, c4. Yeah. It's going to be really nice square on c4 for it. Maybe even d3 if it wants to attack the pawn on b4. So he goes knight a6. And I think that's a good decision, actually, because even though it's kind of unguarded and there is a discovered attack, it's currently pinned that knight and the bishop to the queen. But, you know, White's pieces kind of trip over one another here, don't they?
If Marcus... He wants to move the queen, perhaps.
He went here. He went down on b2. This is the live position.
Okay. Fine. So we've got a sort of slightly loose knight on a6. We've got this pin for Black.
It's all very precariously balanced, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, because this other knight on b2 can come into c4, and the pawn on c7 is still weak. So that knight is holding it together.
Maybe Black plays c5 here. Get rid of that
c5 now. Yes, okay, c5.
But then I'm wondering, what happens after queen c4?
Down to 10 minutes, Peter. Yes, yes. It's his way. Oh, so c5, queen c4. Attacking that knight on a6, yeah.
It's not easy to defend it.
That looks nice for White, doesn't it? Because then if the knight moves you can take on c5.
Yeah, so you've got to defend it, something like queen b6, I assume.
Queen there. Okay, but then still you take on.
Because the bishop on e4.
The bishop's on if they take back with anything other than
So you have to do bishop takes knight, and you don't.
They have to do that, yeah. But then you can take back with a knight anyway.
Because even though you take a queen, you lose a queen.
Take on, yeah. And actually, sorry, no. There's better. Queen g4.
Oh.
And then you win the queen.
Yeah, I win the queen. Okay, so this is so queen.
That was a mutual on freeze.
Yeah.
Mutual on freeze queen's position there.
Oh no!
So you have to get the queen out of the way quickly.
Yeah, so I think this is the move that Peter would love to play in this position, but if queen c4 is just causing too much problems with that knight, I mean, maybe there's a different way to defend it other than queen b6, but this is the move that he's looking to play. I think he'd also quite like to play something like queen d5 as well, but I mean, well, actually, maybe queen d5.
All right, let's see. No. What about knight f4?
Well, we take your queen.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
No, who knows?
Take the queen, we take this queen.
Take that one.
And you don't really want to take here because it's good for white. And you move the bishop away, then you lose the bishop on e7.
And the knight on a6 is also loose. Yeah,
so queen d5 is no good. So Peter down to 8.5 minutes now. And
it's a tricky position, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, checks are such important moves to look at. And that all came about because he took back here with a pawn. I'm just wondering, was that necessary for him at the time?
This is actually on the board, though, is it? Like this?
Yeah, this is the live position right now, yeah. Live position at the moment. I don't know about you, Natasha, but I could just do with a 5-minute break.
You have a quick break. Yes, that's a good idea.
Quick break. Take 5-10 minutes if you want, and
yeah,
we'll come back and I'll just reload Mickey's game back up as well, just so people can watch that as it goes. Still waiting for Jonas to do a move.
Oh.
I know.
Okay, but I'm enjoying this. It's a nice final round. Lots of good games. So this is really lovely. Yes.
Okay, right. Well, we'll be back in 5 minutes, everybody, and then we'll have some more commentary from them. But yeah, great.
Thanks.
Welcome back,
Hey.
Natasha.
Look at this. They're playing our idea.
Hey, how's it going? No, they're playing your idea.
They're playing my idea. That's good. Mickey, he's playing all my moves again.
I know. It's great, isn't it, to see?
It's very good.
So yeah, he went for this C4 move just to open up. He took with this knight the D knight rather than the E knight, which I think I had originally, and allowed this bishop to exchange itself off one of these knights due to this pin. So yeah, so Jonah's not, because Jonah sacked a pawn on A5 before, so it's actually equal material, but his pawn structure's slightly better, isn't it?
Well, I mean, Mickey's still the exchange up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the pawn's the same, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, exactly right.
Yeah, so at least he's going to get rid of this bishop for. Well, he might not even want to get rid of the bishop for one of the rights, but I think Jonah's probably going to be forced to take it at some point.
I think so, because it is now quite a nice bishop.
He probably doesn't want to undouble these A pawns, though, and allow that to happen. He's probably going to go king.
Yeah, he could. Oh, what if he sorry, he can't take on D6 just because you take on E3.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is the critical game. We do have some results, though.
Yes,
I just checked on my phone just before, so I just got a couple round here. So Mark Hebden has beaten Stanbad.
Okay.
A lot of move played here since we left this, but it looks like nice kingside attack. Got free, but you remember him playing that D5 move.
Yes.
Back when we were looking at it, and this E pawn was back on E3. It's made it to all the way to E6.
Oh, look, it's very nice there.
Yeah, look at this pawn wedge that's leans his pieces towards the king side. So it'll be interesting to play through that game afterwards. But also, I think that Matthew's up against Peter Finn here. Remember, Peter played C5 earlier on, and it looks like Matthew responded with B5, and he has quite a lot of light square control here. He's got this knight into C6, so a slight advantage there, but maybe not as evident as what I first thought. But that's an important game as well, because if Matthew or Peter Finn wins, that puts them on the same points that Mickey's on, which is 5.5. Whichever one wins, and the same with Marcus Harvey and Peter Wells. And the move played was Rook A8 here.
Okay, yeah, because I think that knight on A6 was a bit loose, isn't it, in all our tactics that we were coming up with. So, yeah. Okay,
8. And just to give people an update, Camilla did start to play a bit faster as well. She's got 3.5 minutes left.
Okay.
At the moment, a lot of moves played in that game.
Would White ever want to play F3? Because I'm just thinking that bishop, you could kind of make it choose, couldn't you? Which
diagonal it wants to be on, this one or this one, yeah. I think F3 at the right moment is good. Maybe now's the right moment, but I guess the issue is when you play F3, do you want to follow it up with E4 and block it off completely? You can't do that.
The D4 pawn comes a bit weak there, so maybe you don't. Yeah.
Queen will take it. So if you play F3, that's all you're doing, really. You're not going to E4.
No.
Okay, Queen D1 is.
Is that what he did? Yeah.
Yeah, very similar. Maybe Bishop F3 is what he wants to play. He says that Black's best piece is the Bishop on E4. Black's other minor pieces, the Bishop on E7, Knight, and A6 are not good.
Yeah.
All these pieces are doing is defending B4 at the moment, so swap off your opponent's best piece.
Yeah.
Bishop F3 does that. Simple, good chess.
Nice.
Yeah, I think with Peter being in time trouble here, though, I think Marcus would be very happy. Knight B8. So we've just got a
reorganizing. Yeah.
Look at this comment from Tim. He's put in here. I'll have to stop showing Tim's comments. Difficult to bring the knight and A6 back into things. Here we see it going back into B8.
Yeah, but then straight away, Marcus is playing your move Bishop f3 to swap off
Okay, yeah.
bishop on e4. Yeah, it's a good plan, isn't it? Because now if bishop takes, queen takes, that actually hits the rook on a8. So
Yeah.
has to do something about it straight away.
Yeah, I think Christina mentioned that in chat as well.
And now the knight, like say the knight on d3 could come in f4 and
it's
h5
also
perhaps.
Yeah, this black king is also looking just a little bit open, isn't it, to some sort of attack. I mean, there's even some ideas somewhere of even doing some sort of rook lifts, across.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
But I think though that really just a very simple pile up on this c7 pawn is and the b.
Maybe that's the way to do it. Just positional. Okay,
I missed that
counterattacks. That's a good idea from Peter.
I missed this one completely, I'll be honest.
Yeah, and it's not that obvious how to defend.
Well, queen g3 check picks up the c7 pawn.
Right.
So you're not losing if you're your marker. So the problem is here you've got, well, not the problem, but you've got a lot of choice. So you could go check, you could go queen d1 if you wanted, I guess. Knight c5 is probably not possible. There might even be, like you were suggesting before, knight f4, knight h5.
Well, still looking at that, yeah, knight f4, knight h5, and then I think black does have to do something about it.
King h8 looks like the only thing you can do.
Yeah, and then you might as well have that in.
But then the knight on b2 is attacked when you take on b3.
No, but yeah. Sorry, I was thinking. I suddenly started thinking about defending across the way with e4, but that still has the same problems about d4 being one piece that you can't.
Yeah, well, knight f4 you can take on b3 straight away.
Okay, yeah. So maybe, just queen g3.
Yeah.
And take on c7. You'd have to take with the queen, wouldn't you, on c7?
Yeah. And you could probably win b4 and just be a pawn up, but good suggestion in chat. I think maybe just queen d1 and knight c4 from Tim is quite a simple solution.
Yeah, don't get too carried away.
And what Peter might do there, judging by his time, he might even allow the knight to take the rook on a3. It can take back with the pawn and just have a passed pawn, perhaps.
Oh, yes. Another exchange check.
Yeah, Marcus is
decided to go back. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think there's still quite a lot of moves left in this game, but I think the top board in the English Women's Championship is actually...
Oh, let's see it. Well. So that's Zoe against Netta.
So this is going to decide the championship, this game for sure.
How's this going? So we were kind of thinking black.
We saw it at queen a8.
Yeah.
And g4 happens, which was a bit surprising. I think
she likes doing that stuff, though, doesn't she, Zoe? She likes her kingside pawn advances. Although I thought she was saying she was trying to cut them out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, maybe 6 months or a year ago, she was trying to play more positionally.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, this is quite a positional game, but you kind of squeeze your opponent and you still have to attack. But here, Kat does quite a good job here. Waits for g5 to be played, g4, g5, and then strikes back in the center.
Yeah.
So takes, and now there's this pin on the e5.
Oh, you gotta be, yeah. Maybe she should take on. Oh, could she not take on g4? I suppose she wants to keep her light square bishop because of all that stuff coming down the long diagonal.
I don't know. Is there maybe something with the knight coming to e5 afterwards?
Yeah, probably.
But f3 doesn't feel right to me either. Although knight e5 and then f4 is the live position at the moment, and this game is going to be the championship decider. Katarzyna Toma playing black needs to win. She's half a point behind Zoe.
So Zoe's half a point ahead. So she would probably draw if she had the chance.
Oh, yeah, I should imagine so.
As you can see, she's not playing for, it's not.
Doesn't look like she's playing for a draw.
She's not playing to draw a long endgame or anything like that. So.
I guess the interesting thing here is that why is Kata thinking here? And I guess if the knight does come back into g4, let's assume that she can't just take it. Is Zoe maybe playing e5 here when this d pawn, bishop, and queen are the d pawn's blocking the queen and bishop?
That's a jolly good idea, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. That must be what she's after.
And then she can take on g4 when
just blocking that long diagonal. Yeah.
So this might be quite a good plan, perhaps. She's got to avoid all of the sacks, and there should be a lot of sacrifices in this position.
The other way Kata could go if she wanted was to g6, because that threatens to come into f4, forking the queen and the bishop.
Yeah, so 2 pawns. Isn't the d7 knight on?
D7 knight's loose, so you can't do it. Okay, that's...
Well, I mean, let's not use that word can't.
Yeah.
Too heavily. I mean, this is a very open king position.
Yes.
There's also bishop c5, and this knight on d4 is loose.
Oh God, yeah, bishop c5. Yeah. Knight f4.
There's a lot going on. I don't think it's possible. I think it's too much, but
yeah,
interesting,
right?
I think knight g4 looks pretty forced.
And can you go bishop c5 right away? Actually.
Well, yeah, I guess so too. Yeah, I guess so. That makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot in this position, isn't there? It's sort of, yeah.
The funny thing is that, like, you can't defend it with the queen as well, because you can just take it and then you've got
knight f3 check straight away.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that this knight would be moved so the bishop's on it, but
yes.
So I don't think it would be too much of a problem to defend it in the short term. But it just goes to show in this type of position just how much is going on. So
the knight g4 though, that looks like a sensible move.
This looks like the critical.
The sensible kind of. That's the. If you had to play instantly, that's what you do.
But e5 here though, I think, and if she can keep control over this d4
a good
square,
positional bind, yeah.
Then I think Zoe would be very happy here.
Yes.
This position. So maybe that's what Kat is thinking about, is she doesn't want to allow this to happen, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, I mean, there's so much going on at the moment. This is the live position.
It all out.
Yeah, it's so much going on at the moment. This is crazy. And thank you for all the follows, everybody, recently, which you said Muddy there, Norse Monk, and Chess Christmas Bunny, and Lucas818 as well, and Christina Cajun too. So yeah, thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Northumbria Masters is now following. Thank you. It's about time. About time, Tim. In fact, disappointed you're not already a follower, actually. Okay, I mean, this game's got more life left in it as well. We've got a lot of things going on, and this is also a title
Camilla against Rakaya. Let's see that, because that one. So now Camilla's down to 3 minutes.
But Rakaya is also potentially a champion as well. She has to win. And hope that Kata gets a result.
If Kata wins, if Black wins both games, then they're both joint in the lead. Yeah.
But also, if it's a draw, then she'd be joint with Zoe.
Oh yes, of course.
So the only result she doesn't want is Zoe wins, I guess.
Yes.
Did I mention something about castle and queen side and attacking down the king side?
You did. And this is what's happened. So, yeah, Camilla's castled long, and now this H file. White's got everything built up on this H file. The knight's blocking it at the moment. G4 could come in at some stage, but there's enough. There's enough on this. On the rook, but because if the knight's blocking in on f4, I was thinking f6 is a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of tactics, isn't there?
There's a lot of tactics.
F7, knight. There's feels like there could be something that's about to be tactically won here, but I can't quite see how it's working.
So it feels to me like the balance of tactics are sort of white doing the tactic, if you see what I mean.
Black's a pawn up here.
Black's a pawn up.
which is quite important because I think Camilla must have sacrificed a pawn to get into this position, and
yes,
down to a minute on the clock. You mentioned how good she was at blitz, and just plays
good. She's good with it. Yeah, so she's
plays King B1.
The way to be safe.
King B1.
Yeah.
And hello, Maturi, if I pronounce that correct, and Ariel again. Thanks very much for the follow. Right, so what can Black play here is also
what can Black? So Black sort of a bit annoyed that the knight's blocking the e pawn and making that the bishop on f6 has less scope.
This opposite colour bishop's idea is quite important as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, I suppose Black would just want to swap everything off but it's hard to engineer it, like, because you could say, imagine swapping rooks on the h file, but actually the knight can't
physically move.
Can't move. Oh no, hang on. Is there? No, wait. Just stop and wait at this one. Knight g3.
What?
Wait, just wait. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because you just recapture the knight.
Take the knight.
I was just thinking if rook takes rook, you go then knight e4, and then you're threatening.
Oh, you got knight d2 check. Yeah, nice.
But actually, there's no, you can't do that. You haven't got time to do that sort of thing because they just.
So you can't move that. You can't move that.
Yeah.
You can't move this because if you bring it forward, g4 is a pin. So can't move that. Can't move that. Can't move that. You can move this along the line, I'm guessing, along the back rank, but you'd weaken f7 then if that's the case. So you don't want to move the rook. The king can't really move because you cut off the rooks defending each other. And the queen can go back to d8.
The queen, isn't it?
And you can move it one square.
Yeah, which isn't too exciting. So, okay.
Oh, is this Camilla's plan? King a2, king c4. I mean, okay, she'd have to swap off some pieces for, but maybe just improving the king slightly to b3 is, and then seeing what Black does in the meantime.
You'd want to unwind the bishop, wouldn't you? So, like, yeah, queen d8, you then want, and then perhaps you can then go bishop e7.
Okay, so is this her next move?
That's the idea. Holy Zugzwang, says Northumbria Masters.
She's gone queen e3.
Yeah, okay.
I guess maybe she might feel a bit materialistic here and go queen a7 and take this guy off.
Yeah, well, could Black queen d4 though?
Oh, queen d4 now because you haven't got the pressure on f6.
Only, but knight f6 is possible.
You can just do knight takes knight. Oh, and then you swap on h8 and then you win f7 at the end.
Yeah, or g5's on as well.
When is g5 up?
If queen d4, knight takes f6, knight takes f6, queen takes g5.
Oh, queen takes g5. Queen takes
might
f6.
be possible there.
She's not there. Okay, yeah, I was thinking that they might. Oh, you can't take the queen because you can take with check.
No, you can't because of check.
Ah, nice. Very nicely done. So now you take here. You at least win your material back, but.
Yeah, I mean, then Black might have, if you swap a pair of rooks and then just go e4 or something like that, you might now feel happy.
Oh, well, aren't you getting checkmated with queen h6 check and queen h8? Maybe.
Oh, then you'd feel less happy. You just wouldn't feel happy at all.
I'd feel less happy.
You'd feel really unhappy about that.
Yeah.
But actually, can you go e4 anyway? Here.
Yeah, why not?
Losing to a checkmate again.
It makes sense.
Except takes twice on h8 and then you got bishop h7 f7 at the end, haven't you?
And then you take on d3.
Okay, yeah, so it's all interesting.
It's like not the end, but yeah, there's a lot to calculate here, and you know, queen e3 and Mikuya's got a lot to do, and
so potentially queen d4 is a move anyway.
Yeah, potentially to try and swap pieces off and alleviate the pressure, and I mean, maybe after queen d4, maybe you can just put a queen back to f3 and just say she's gained some time. Potentially. Okay, let's have a little skirt around because okay, so we're still waiting for Kata to make a move on top board there. Okay, these are just outside of playing for first place, but
Oh gosh, this one's exciting.
Playing for second, and this is that one that we were looking at a long time before we got.
The Queen did get into C2, and yeah. Oh my goodness.
How's this king on G8?
Oh my goodness. What?
I thought they were castle.
This chess. What is going on? You got
So bishop E. This is where we saw it. We saw it at bishop E4. Bishop D4 happens. Queen C2 was your move.
Yeah.
But then knight F4 came in. King H1.
Yeah.
Bishop E6 got a bit too excited. B5. Took a pawn. Rook B4.
Yeah.
Moved the knight in to defend the bishop on D4.
Very nice.
And then check. Knight E4. Bishop takes another pawn. Bishop A3. King G8 F3. What?
So how is this? How is this? Right. It's a difficult question, perhaps.
This is crazy. That's what this is.
Yeah, because so say you go knight F4 for black to try and threaten mate on
G2.
G2, but perhaps they just put for white might just go rook F2. Yeah, maybe I'm being hasty with this knight F4.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the follow. We've got Speeden and Twiggen by.
We kind of want to get D2 in, don't we? I mean, like, say we did bishop C. Bishop C3. They take. We'd have to recapture really, but.
I think that the thing is that what I think is quite interesting here is that I'm pretty sure Black could have just castled a few moves ago without having to do this. She spent time playing bishop b6, bishop takes a2.
Yeah.
I think she just could have just castled kingside and actually kept it a lot simpler. So, for example, here she went bishop e6. Was that needed? I mean, just castle.
Yeah.
And maybe bishop e6 was kind of against rook b3. But you've got enough defense on this pawn at the moment, and maybe bishop b5 is fine as well. I mean, you can actually go bishop a4 here, can't you? I think. So that would kick that bishop out. So there was no need for Sarah to go bishop e6, and even here she can castle, can't she? Castle kingside. It's just very simple.
Probably shouldn't she?
But she's grabbed a pawn, and now the bishop's under attack, has to be defended, and now check comes in, and then a couple more moves, she grabs another pawn, bishop a3, and the king's on g8, and
so maybe black should, as a precaution, like go h5 or something to try and get the rook out, but give the king a square as well, just in case anything bad.
Yeah, I like that suggestion. She's actually gone after f3, she's actually gone f5. Just to open up a king just a little bit more, you know. I mean, it wasn't as crazy as it needed to be. Therefore, let's make it more crazy. I mean, what is going on in this game?
Okay.
There's a pawn on d3. I mean,
f pawn. Oh, Northumbria Masters wasn't sure about the f pawn. I thought let's say it like that.
I've got. I mean, this is just not my. I mean, this is definitely their styles really coming out here. And Sarah
does a lot of junior training, doesn't she? Yes.
But she's a very tactical.
Very tactical. Well. Yes, she might. I wonder if her juniors would.
I mean,
if you can get a junior
how to attack.
How to attack exactly.
I mean, you know, if you're asking me if any of these games would get to a position like this, I would never have looked at this. It looks just crazy. I mean, okay, so the knight's under attack. Let's try and figure this out. Where does the knight go? Is there some checkmate pattern that we're missing?
Yeah. So if the knight...
What was the idea now that you wanted to play d2, didn't you?
Yeah, to get d2. Yeah, although if you get d2, they can go queen e2, can't they?
The only thing stopping bishop c3 is the knight.
Yeah.
So is this actually a grab for more material by black? I mean, she's already 2 pawns up. going to win an exchange here? Bishop c3 is... Bishop c3 is coming next, I think. I think this is the whole point.
I think so. Bishop c3. And then you can... get d2 and stuff. Or maybe actually, would she be going for queen c3, forking the queen and bishop and swapping things?
I mean, that might also work, but okay, so where are we putting this knight, first of all? This knight, I'm guessing...
Yeah, that's the question. Okay, so let's...
G3 or G5. I mean, G3 feels like swapping pieces off too readily, but it might be the best square for it, but G5 is... I guess it can't be...
Let's say G5 for now.
And, I mean, I still like this move.
Yep.
I mean, I don't like the position. I just like the move. Let's put it that way. This is...
Yeah.
I mean...
So, okay, Queen H.
Oh, God. Look at this. Queen B1.
Queen B1. What?
And then is there anything in this?
Oh, golly.
King F8 is forced. And then is this
E4
forced
or something?
Forced. This is checkmate. Oh, no, it's not. Because you block with the bishop and then you can block with the pawn. Yeah. And on front, you can do rook takes, put bishop.
Wait. There
might be something else.
There might be some stuff. Who knows?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So it's not quite mate, but it's very, very close.
Yeah.
This is what is potentially going to unfold on this game. This is why F5 was not the move that you wanted to do. I mean, she doesn't have to take the queen with the queen. She can, with the bishop, she can do queen takes queen here, perhaps. But this is... Yeah, knight G5 actually helps this as well. So, wow. Actually, this after F5, Queen F2 has been played quite quickly. We've got quite a few moves here. So let's
Queen F2 is played. All right.
I wasn't sure that... Have these moves been played, or is this moves that...
It must have been played because we haven't analysed that one, have we?
Oh, no, hang on a minute. All right, so it's not just... It's just not...
if you refresh your screen, it might tell us...
No, it's got the same number on it. I put knight G5 in, but... Knight D4 has been played now. This is the current game position. Queen F2, knight D4.
Okay.
And then we'll spend a few minutes on this. I think we're going to have to head back over to board 1 on the open.
We should.
And also check in on Zoe versus Kata as well.
Yeah.
To liven up knight D4. And okay, well, the queen's off then. I'd feel a lot safer as black here, seeing as you're 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
So...
So I think if white plays queen takes queen, you go knight takes, and you're good. Probably. I know, but yeah.
You've done rook takes.
Oh, you can't do that, can you? Yeah, and then bishop d4.
Isn't that winning?
Oh, I see. Then they're going rook a2, and then
rook a2 at the end.
Could be a big problem. So
that's a nice tactic.
That is a tactic. So if but lots of things are still on prise for white because the knight on e4 and the...
Oh, of course, yeah.
So you might move your bishop.
She can't take the knight. Bishop d5's mate. She can't take the knight. Bishop d5's mate. Takes. Can't take the knight.
No, I don't think you should take first. I don't think the first move should be... I don't think you should give up that bishop on a2. I think it's too big.
Too valuable. You need to save the bishop first.
So maybe like bishop... But well, all right, so what can you do? Bishop f7?
Yeah, but if you play...
Can you do that?
I mean, maybe bishop f7. Maybe this rook just takes the pawn.
Yeah, and then take on e4.
Okay, let's just
How's
take
this
that.
now? Oh no, now it's just completely equal material.
but white's winning here, I think.
But it's better for white, isn't it? Because
white's winning here, yeah.
Black's
I think.
Kings. Is it as bad as that? Can't you just like go h6, king h7, and
I don't think
no.
Rook d7 and swapping off one of the bishops and invade on that colour square is going to be something that Audrey's going to be able to do. I think here At this point,
Yeah.
you've got to take the rook, and then here you've got to play something like h5 or something
Yeah.
to keep your advantage. Like h6 might be the simplest way, but it's obviously
Right.
very scary for this black king because she's an exchange up here, isn't she? Oh, no, she's a rook and 2 against a knight and bishop. Is that right? Yeah.
How's this? Rook,
pawns.
bishop, bishop. So it's a bishop for 2 pieces, but the black's got some good pawn on.
No, it's a rook and 2 pawns against knight and bishop.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think Sarah's maybe miscalculated there actually back here. I'm assuming that she thought here that knight d4 was possible because if rook takes knight, she can do queen takes queen. But after taking with the rook, probably forgot her a2 bishop was hanging, thinking that she could take on e4 and maybe missed the checkmate. She's done bishop takes, rook takes. Obviously, she can't take on e4 here. It's going to be checkmate. So this is the line that she's going to get out to.
And so what if you move the king out?
Yeah, king f7 could be a good answer. Put the king on g6.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, Audrey's fought back into this game. I thought she was going to be toast, but
it was looking good for black, wasn't it, a moment ago?
Yeah, well, it was. And I think Sarah could have just castled and had a nice position, but she played king f8, king g8, and then played f5, and it definitely backfired at this point with bishop d5 checkmate on the board at the moment, but with black to play. And she will see it. Well, I'm saying that. I mean,
she will. She
will see that. So just see this next move, and then we'll flip on over, because rook and 2 against 2 pieces could be quite a long endgame as well.
Yeah.
There's also a6 here as a move. Is there some back rank on white? Checkmate's going on. Maybe after moving the king out, of course, but at some point you can play a6. And it's a fantastic game at the moment.
But she needs to sort out her king first, because the immediate threat's mate in 1.
Oh, she's gone rook d8. Okay.
Okay.
So she stops bishop d5.
Yeah, and she's also looking at her d3 pawn, isn't she, to try and...
Yeah, I don't like that, though.
I feel like that's still quite... There's still the risk that, like, for example, bishop e7 maybe, or there's still the risk that the bishop d5 mating sequence.
Yeah, what happens after bishop e7? That's huge.
Yeah.
What happens after bishop e7?
That sort of thing, I think. That's what you got to worry about, you see.
Isn't that game over?
Yeah, maybe. You'd have to go king f7, wouldn't you? But you've lost the exchange back and then you're piece down. So that's no good.
Well, yeah, you got pawn on d3, so you might have some tactics immediately that...
Oh, I see. Threat to promote. Just like... But do you?
No, I don't think so. No, the knight, just because after you take the rook on d8 and they take back, you just...
Oh, hang on. You take the knight. You take the knight.
You take the knight.
You take the rook. And then you go e3. Put that on the board.
Okay.
So
king f7.
FE. No. I just mean FE straight away.
Oh, FE straight away.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or we don't get mated. So then we go. Yeah.
I mean, I don't believe you. I'm gonna throw this check in, so you've not got king
f8. We have to. It's our only chance.
Okay. I don't believe this.
All right. What are you going to do then?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that now, but maybe I do believe it. So what's your next move? Okay, so
the threat is to try and promote. So say E2 is the threat.
I'm just going to take a pawn.
Okay.
Because I'm greedy.
So
D2 first, I think.
D2 first, okay.
I think this wins for you. Because now after this...
And then E2.
E2, and you get your pawns to the end.
Nice.
I mean, she might
she'll
play...
have to find it, because there's nothing,
There's nothing else. You have to... You have to
find it. There's not much else to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you could even go this direction as well.
Maybe that, yeah, okay.
That's probably a safer way of doing the same thing.
No, because then they can take on... Oh. I was thinking they could take...
Whites go here.
Whites go. They'd probably better actually defend. I was gonna say take on You could take, bishop e4 and then bishop d3. You could.
Yeah, you could.
And then you're
draw.
equal.
White's trying to win here, aren't they?
Right. So white to take something. Bishop c7.
Bishop c7 and then e3.
Yeah, and this is either good or bad, right?
Yeah. So yeah, there's a great comment in chat, Christina. Black and white are winning. I'd agree. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, well, we're gonna have to flick around. Let's just have a look because there's some crazy things going on. So Zoe versus Kata. That looks like a lot's gone on, but we flip back to the Open Championship where we were. Peter Wells has lost to Marcus Harvey.
Oh gosh.
As expected, the time trouble there proving too much. It looks like that Matthew Wadsworth has got an extra pawn against Peter Finn. But this game over here, which is critical to the
Jonah and Mickey. Oh, how is this going? Because everything's happened in this game.
This is crazy. I mean, this Black King looks like it's in danger.
Oh, so wait. So what's going on? Because like say you go Queen d2 to try and take on h6.
Yeah, taking on h6 looks like a good idea. But the problem is I think the rook's going to come to c4. So, for example, if you go Queen d2, we're going to go Queen takes f7 check. King takes knight, and then maybe does this win?
Oh, gosh.
Jonah's really going for it. He's got a lot of tactics against this Black King.
Oh, no.
Like we were saying, that these two black...
Maybe Mickey shouldn't have done so many of my ideas.
I'm not sure. I mean, we got to this point, didn't we, here? And here Jonah took. And they allowed the invasion, but it was these dark squares around the king that are now weak. And even though he's taken a lot of pawns, this check here is... And this remove rook c1.
Okay, so how is this? Rook c1.
C1. I think there's some...
It looks really dangerous, doesn't it?
Well, there's also rook c7 as well. I completely ignored that. So, like, if you move queen d2, for example, queen takes here, king takes here, and maybe not rook c7 because of rook h8. Oh, no, but the queen's... Yeah, it still works because queen g7, king... Oh, no, it doesn't work.
g4.
g4.
King g5, queen f6, mate? No, not mate.
Queen h4, mate.
Queen h4 is mate. Oh, my... This is looking good for Jonah, isn't it?
Yeah, rook c1 is a really powerful move. Lots of calculation.
What does that all mean? If
Well, it means that I'm going to be here for a lot longer doing the playoffs. So, if Jonah wins, this is and because we've also got Marcus winning, he'll be potentially part of the playoffs. We'll have to start looking at the specific rules. It could be very exciting. And obviously, the result between Matthew Wadsworth and Peter Finn, it looks like Matthew's got a slight advantage there as well. It's a pawn up in an endgame, which is a big advantage. Really.
We think this is completely losing for Mickey. Then
I'm not going to say
that. You're going as far as that. What about Queen F? Oh no, sorry, no.
I mean, there's also I think it's actually this rook c7 move is probably more powerful in some lines than rook c4.
Yeah.
Because, for example, in some lines I was expecting queen takes here and then maybe king here and there's some sort of perpetual, but actually rook c7 would just lead to checkmate and that's it. So how is he surviving? How is he surviving here?
Can you somehow swap the queen for the rook and the knight?
I'd love to be able to do that.
I don't see that you... Okay.
I mean, doesn't feel like queen takes rook.
No, because the queen defends the knight, unfortunately.
Yeah, pawn takes pawn e5 at the end. You might have some pawns for it, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Hang on, there's a move been played. So queen e4 was played.
Queen e4, okay.
So does queen takes f7? Oh, is he maybe going to defend the h7 pawn by playing g5? Oh, no, it might work.
So, okay, so we're looking at queen f7, king takes...
There's also queen f6 as well, but... So queen f7, king takes knight. No, it's rook c4, rook c7 best. Queen f5 check here is going to draw. Swap queens off, so you can't do this.
Oh, the idea is queen f5 to trade queens.
Yeah, this might actually be winning for Mickey now.
Oh gosh! All right. So, at least we're giving a clear steer on.
You maybe have to start with the rook then.
Yeah. Okay. So rook c4.
Rook c4. Queen takes rook. No, yeah, queen takes rook.
We could go queen. Could we go queen d?
Queen d5 as well.
7.
Yeah. Well, queen f6 check here. You haven't got king takes knight because rook h4 is mate. So you have to go to here. I don't feel...
It feels dangerous, doesn't it?
Well, that's checkmate now. Queen here, king here, rook c7. King e6, queen f6 mate.
Okay, yes. All right, so not queen d5 then.
So the other one is queen e5.
Let's try queen e5.
Which allows queen f7 this time.
Yep.
King h6, rook h4, queen h5. Let's just assume the queen v2. Actually, that's not that simple. It is, because if you take the pawn, that's checkmate.
Oh, she'd have to take the king and
there's
queen.
Oh, it's not as simple as I thought it would be. G4, king h4, g5 check, king back.
What about what about queen h7, king g5, queen h4, king f5, queen there.
Very nice, Natasha. Very nice. All these checkmate patterns. Wow.
Jonah's good at spotting checkmates as well. Oh gosh.
Yeah, so queen f7.
So all right, I'm fearing for Mickey now.
You also got king h8 to look at, you know.
King h8. Okay, yes.
Rook c7 is the obvious move.
Then, oh no.
Queen h5.
Queen h5.
And then, is that a perpetual?
And then take on h6.
I'll take on h6. Okay, so that's okay. So king h8 here.
This is all right for black. What about rook h?
What about rook e4? Oh. Rook h4 might be okay. I mean, this is just crazy.
Hard to calculate, to be fair.
I wanted to do rook e4 because you can't take the rook because queen f6 is mate, but
can't I go queen g7?
Yeah, queen g7, queen h5 is also good.
Oh yeah.
So maybe white has to play. Oh, I don't even know. So hang on, what move did we just do?
Have we had any more moves in the game, by the way?
No. Rook c4 has been played. Rook c4 first.
Rook c4 is played.
So I'm guessing queen takes e5 or queen takes rook might also be a possibility here.
Queen takes rook?
Yeah, and then just take the knight on h6.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a kind of like a plan B going for a draw option if he needs to. But queen takes e5 has been played on the board.
Queen takes e5. Okay, now so now if queen f7, we're looking at king h8.
Yeah, it's got to be queen f7, king h8. He's taken the pawn. So
he's done it. King h8 then, because we think it's mate if you go the other way.
Yeah.
Because it starts with rook h4, and that's that. So king h8 has to be played.
Yeah, it's forced.
Then
what's Jonah got? Has Jonah got anything? He's got under 3 minutes on the clock as well. I'm sure.
What if Jonah goes knight or
knight g4? Queen
idea of knight.
Queen g7 maybe just be defensive.
So again, queen.
Knight g4, queen g7.
G7. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not actually winning, is it? So the point is that after king h8, rook c7. What was the thank you, my free lunch for the follow?
The idea was queen h5.
But then we just move the king back, and even if you take the knight,
Yeah.
we've got a check here.
Oh.
So you're not winning.
Oh gosh, that's a draw.
So we've at least
Because you
got
can just go Queen F7 if you want to draw.
Queen F7 back to F6. Yeah. So we've got.
Oh, you're right. That's.
So it's not winning.
I was going to say at least a draw for white, but it probably is a draw for white because you're.
Yeah. So that's after. I mean, he hasn't played King H8 yet, which worries me for Mickey because King takes 9.
Now Mickey would be happy with a draw. You know, we were discussing earlier.
This is actually interesting. Actually, is there a line here after Rook H4 check with King G5?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if there is.
I hadn't thought of that. You might be mightn't there. So what about Queen?
We've got moves.
Okay.
He's taken the knight.
He's
gone King G5.
Oh gosh. Okay.
What?
Okay. So what about then? I'm looking at Queen H7.
But then
no, because then you can just go Rook H8, can't you?
No, Rook G. Oh yeah. Yeah, Queen H7, Rook H8 might win, but also just Queen F5 check might just draw and seal the championship. Because you can't even go G4 because Queen F3 is mate. So you can't go Rook G4 because we just do Queen takes Rook check. So you've got to go King G2 and then we just go Queen C2 check. And so he's gone check, King H6. This is live at the moment.
Oh, wow.
If Mickey's surviving here, then and Jonah has to take
he's repeating.
Yeah, Rook H4, Rook G4 just repeats.
Yeah.
This could be the championship being won if Jonah cannot find a checkmate pattern here, which is not looking too likely at this stage. This could be Mickey's championship. This could be the title decider. And as we are, I'm just going to have a little look at the women's championship on my phone.
Yeah. Blue Grey Hayes will know. I'm sure he's the kind of person that would know. Is there playoffs in the women's if it's drawn? Okay, so this looks because this will be Mickey clear first, won't it? Yeah.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the result of this. I think this is going to be a draw. Yeah, we've got one more move's been played, and it's repetition.
What a great game!
Fantastic. Do you know what? Fantastic creativity from Jonah as well. Good opening preparation.
Yeah.
I think he prepared that, giving away the two bishops, and then to willingly sacrifice the exchange and against such a strong player. That just shows the bravery. And here we have the draw on the board. I'm sure that because I don't think Jonah's got anything better here. He can't do anything. If he plays on in other moves, he's just going to lose. So the game has been a draw. So congratulations. To Mickey Adams.
Mickey, English champion. The new English champion, because it was Hebs last year, wasn't it? Mark Hebden won it.
Right, okay. Hebden won it. Yeah, so well done, Mickey. Great fighting spirit there and calculating at the end to get the draw. Okay, and so, Matthew Wadsworth did beat Peter Finn. Okay. So him and Marcus will be joint second.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they'll share second and third place.
And what about a meet against Ankush? How's that
looking? Well, I think there's the women's championship is the only one that's not decided, is it? So,
alrighty.
Hang on a minute. We got this position in Audrey versus Sarah with your Pawn takes knight and E3 coming in. Oh my days! We'll come back.
Does this
to that
actually happen now?
We'll come back to that. I mean, this is the game that's going to decide the title, though.
Okay. So,
knight D4 just been played. Kata's down to 3 minutes, and Zoe's down to 2 minutes.
So we're thinking white. So Zoe's trying to do an attack on the king side, and
I'm just counting pieces at the moment.
It's
equal.
All equal, but there's sort of the risk of a big counterattack. So this pawn that was blocked on D5 must have taken something onto E4. And if that diagonal does open, that's a big danger there for white. I guess so. We could. Oh well, I mean that last move has sacked the exchange, of course, with the rook on E6 being on pre. So could Zoe just?
Well, no, it's black's move here.
It's black's move. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Zoe's just played knight d4.
Yes. Okay. So Kata can move the rook, for example.
Yeah, I guess she could do. I don't think she's got much else she can do. Black's pieces are looking a little tied up here. Maybe bishop c5, but she probably doesn't want to give up a dark square bishop with this dark square bishop being so powerful on this diagonal. You can see something very simple like h5 takes and queen h4 and checkmate going down on that.
So rook d6 is played.
Yep.
So now, what about like anything in f5 or h? Maybe f.
Maybe h5 is better because you don't allow knight e5 then.
Yeah. Okay, h5. Yeah.
Then there we go.
Straight away.
Reading our minds.
Yes.
So I'm also going to just open up on my phone the board 2 game as well because Zoe looks like she's doing well here. So if Rukia can beat
Rukia's game, yes.
And there's still a lot of play left in that game as well. So it's not.
We could flip across as well. Yeah.
Before.
Yeah. So okay. So if Zoe wins this, she's the champion.
She's the champion.
Yeah. So it is regular tie breaks. There's not a playoff for the women's.
So
I don't actually know who's ahead on.
Well, Zoe's the leader now, so I'm assuming that she would, and then that's a big assumption to make. I appreciate, but like if we do final ranking cross table after round 6.
Yeah.
So Zoe and Rukia we'd be looking at, and so it's 19 to 19.5. I don't know what, 22.5 to 20.5.
Yeah. So
I'm not so sure.
But we're not going to work it. We'll
No.
We'll let them work it out for us.
We'll stay with the chess at the moment.
Yeah.
And these crazy positions. It's interesting, isn't it? This whole dynamic of this diagonal being blocked and
it's hard. You can't block it now, I guess, because there's nothing that really goes on to e3 very quickly. So that one, so knight c5, she's gone.
Well, that's going to be dangerous coming into there.
Yeah.
That's
but what about taking on g6? That's also dangerous, right?
Yep.
Because if the knight then comes in, you could put the queen on the h file, and at least it threatens mate.
Yeah.
Immediately, so you've got another move to defend later, if you see what I mean. Because then also the rook can come into c7, right?
Yeah, so this is dangerous.
Yeah. So you did hg.
I mean, maybe let's just do fg back in response to that.
Yeah.
And just hope that we don't get mated somehow.
I hope we don't get mated. But at least if the knight comes in, rook c7 starts looking very...
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Rook c7
dangerous.
Is huge. This queen on a8 has been out of the game for so long that it needs to be more centralized. Zoe's queen is so much better at the moment. She needs to somehow... maybe something like queen c8, is... Or is that... This is probably what she's planning.
Queen c8 just to swap queens.
When you're down on time, you start to get defensive. And bishop a1's been played to save the bishop. But queen c8 here would... start to bring black's queen into the game, and might pin the rook's pinning the knight to the queen if you do that, but you start to make somebody move defensively against you. That's what you want. Queen c8, maybe queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, b4. Does that win? Swap queens and b4. Yeah. Nice. She played it. So, no, she hasn't played it. She has played it.
I don't know.
Did I just say it and then did it happen? I don't know.
You have the power.
I think what's happened is she's probably picked it up with
played it, then seen the tactic, and now she's yeah. You're right.
And wants to move it to a different square because she's seen that Zoe would have been able to swap queens and play b4, and then just win a piece.
Yeah, so Zoe will definitely have seen it now too.
But the question now is, does that change our transmission of the game?
She will have to move her queen then. She will have to move.
She has to move a queen, but where? We don't know what she's done. The transmission of the game's gone because she's done that.
Because she could put it on. Have we lost her? She could put it on d8, for example, and that creates stuff.
She's done d8. She's done queen d8.
Queen d8.
Yeah, she's done queen d8.
How do you know?
Because I've got chess24 up on my phone.
Okay.
It's not transmitted through to chess.com. Chess.com's lost it. Queen d8. There we go. It's just come through. Maybe there's a delay. We've got a delay. That's why.
She's broken the internet.
No. It's a delay. There we go.
Okay.
Broke the internet. It's a great comment, Christina. And the seconds are ticking out now for Zoe.
Yeah, and actually, Queen D8 looks like quite a good move, which may be a little bit lucky for
Queen C8 so nearly played. So you just got to take on G6, surely. Just take on G6.
Take on G6.
Why not?
It looks like the thing.
She wouldn't have run out of time, surely.
Yeah, you got to do it.
I don't believe she's run out of time. I'm going to look at my phone again. We're looking at different websites. I think she's gone Queen H4.
Okay.
Wait, let me click enter on this and try and refresh this. Yeah, Queen H4 has been played. There we go. Okay, minute each left. Increment being played. Championship on the line. Already seen Mickey Adams be the Open champion, English champion.
Yeah, in a very exciting game.
Fantastic game. And well played Jonah Willow as well, pushing him all the way. But here we're glued to this game at the moment, which is going to decide who's going to be.
I mean, Black could. I was looking at Knight East. I think Black wants to exchange pieces, right?
Yeah, Black wants to exchange everything.
Oh, Bishop G7. Okay.
So I mean, H6 H7 check is not completely stupid, you know.
Yeah.
With H6, the bishop has to go back to H8, I believe. Because if you go to F8, you open up this diagonal and play H7 checkmate. So, so H6 bishop H8, or H6 maybe bishop takes knight. Oh, she's taking on D4, of course. Stupid.
H6 bishop takes knight, but then you could go H7 and then recapture with the
King H8 though.
King H.
Oh, but you've got a pin after knight takes bishop, rook takes, rook D1.
Yeah.
Oh, but now you've got knight D3.
No, check. Oh, no, it isn't check. Okay.
No.
And then knight D3 is a little complicated.
A little complicated.
I think you're right. H6 has got to be the thing, right? This is.
Well, no, I'm not so sure anymore. I don't
like
H6. I mean, I don't mind HG, you know, and sacking the piece that way.
Oh, could you?
Oh, she's gone H6.
Gone it. Okay. So now we're thinking Black should take on D4 check.
Yeah. I don't think she's got
so you
enough
have to recapture it. So I'd say knight takes. We can't throw an H7, which is what I was suggesting before.
Because it's check.
Because it's check.
Yeah, but after bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes D4, let's say.
Yeah, then you can.
Then H7 check.
Yeah,
and then you've got
which I think looks good.
And then Queen F2, if you've got the pen and you.
Yeah, okay, so knight takes we're looking at.
Rook C4, you build up on it, you win it back.
Yeah, so rook takes, then we want.
Oh, she's gone King H7.
She's gone there. Interesting. Okay. So now what? So you kind of want the queen. You want to somehow get this queen round onto that die, like Queen F2, Queen B2.
You want to go Queen E1, Queen C3 because the knight on C5 can come to D3.
Yeah, but knight D3. So Queen E1, knight D3.
Rook takes knight. Rook takes knight.
Yeah. Okay. So, rook takes knight now for white.
No, Black's threatening rook takes knight.
Yeah.
So if Queen F2 defends it at least, but
that was the thought. But yeah, but then I think knight D3 for Black. Queen E3, knight takes rook.
Yeah, I don't think White can allow that. I think
I don't think you can do it. No. Okay. So you have to play rook. Yeah. Okay. Rook somewhere defending the knight. Okay.
It's a bit vulnerable there, though.
Yes. White is lost, said Smooth Bannon. I think it's over, says Christina.
Yeah. Well, it's not easy, but the Black King is in a massive mating net here, though, so you could easily see it. They're both down to a minute on the clock. Anything's possible. All three results still on the board.
You have to get this queen in, don't you?
I mean, something like E3 here for Black. Let's open up the diagonal for that light square bishop.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things here that this H6 pawn, it creates a lot of mating threats on this Black King. But the problem is it also stops White's attack as well. Unless you're checkmating on this diagonal, then Black's King's actually quite safe. So as soon as this happens,
White's
and maybe you can get the queen to just happen, queen to D5.
Happened.
So this.
So
could be everything. And
something like Queen G3, maybe. But it's all White's king in more danger. Yes, that's.
And we're also going to have to, if Kata wins, then we're going to have to turn our attention to board 2 as well to see
Indeed.
if Rikuya can win.
Two players against Camilla, wasn't it?
Yeah. So E3 on the board, and Zoe's very close to losing on time.
6 seconds.
She's played F5.
F5. Okay.
Feels a bit desperate, but it might work.
Yeah. Yeah, because then she can come in on F4 with the queen, perhaps.
Yeah, the queen defends.
So I think if Kata now gets her queen.
Well, G5 is also weakened as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so many moves to choose from. 30 seconds left. What are you choosing?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm choosing. Knight E4, I'd probably
Knight E4. Oh, she took.
She's taken because of Rook D1 check coming in.
Okay. So maybe Queen F4? Try and come in and take?
Yeah, you've got to, I think. Queen F4, Bishop E4, though. And the bishop's super solid there, protecting that pawn. Oh, mind you, knight takes.
Knight F5.
Rook D1 check. King H2. Rook H1 check. King G3. Don't know what's happening there.
Queen F4 anyway, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so Bishop E4 is what we're looking at.
Rook G6 is also possible here. So the G5 pawn is...
Rook G6.
And also Knight E4.
Bishop E4 she played.
We were predicting the moves.
We kind of want...
the best moves.
Oh, we can't go Queen E5 because G5's on freeze.
Yeah. I mean, knight takes F5. Allow this rook check on the back rank. I think she's got to allow it.
Yeah.
Oh, Bishop B2. Oh, she nearly played Bishop B2 and went Bishop C3.
Okay.
I think that's not the best move, though.
Many good options for Kata. Yeah, it's looking good for black here.
Yeah. I mean, Zoe wasted time playing Bishop A1, which maybe was necessary, but then back to C3. Bishop's moved twice now in the previous 9 moves. And it could have been moves to get her attack going. And black's extra pawn now, safer king. Like Rook G6 here just looks, just take on G5 and then H6 will also drop.
Played, yeah.
Swap the queens off, E3 pawn still there. The rook on C4 is also tactically going to be trapped at the moment. So we could be witnessing an excellent fight, an excellent attempt by Zoe to win the championship. Maybe just about to fall at the final hurdle, but
yeah,
could be it.
Almost impossible for Kata to blunder.
You notice how the pawns are defending the pieces everywhere. You know, best way to defend your pieces where you look at these pieces here, they're just kind of vulnerable. They're defended by a rook, that the rook's trapped as well, tripping over one another. And I think King F1's desperation. Bishop D3 check would win me.
Current side manager.
Yeah, and Queen takes G5 looks like it's also going to be pretty simple. Queen takes G5, I think. She's done rook takes. Okay. She wants Bishop D3 check, rook G1 checkmate.
So what about Queen? Oh, Bishop D3 check. That's going to be checkmate. Okay, fine. Yeah, but there's nothing for white. Okay.
I don't think so. I think this is it.
Yeah.
So, sometimes you just want to play one more move just to see.
You've got to keep it going. So what about King? Oh, she's done that one. So this one now there is a mate in two.
I'd say Bishop D3 and rook
Bishop
G1.
D3, rook G1.
Yeah, game over. Okay. So we'll just see Kata find this, which no doubt she will, because that's why she played rook takes rather than queen takes. assuming she's going to find it.
She must be nervous though, like on 30 seconds increment.
Yes, loose pieces do. Oh, bishop d3, knight e2, smooth barrack.
Gosh.
Thank you.
Oh,
We've
sorry,
missed something.
people. Yeah,
We're missing stuff.
we're missing. So of course we are.
I mean, not that knight e2 looks like a good move, but okay. So hang on, queen g7, queen h8 are not threatened right now.
No, they're defended. So it's still hard to find how black could blunder.
She played
Bishop
the check.
d3, yes, happened. So knight e2 is the only move.
I mean, she could just take the rook after knight e2.
She could.
Not that I'm happy.
Yeah, because if you take the rook, then if you recapture the bishop, there's queen d. Oh, queen d1, bishop.
E1. My days, what is going on? Well, at least that stops the checkmate threats on you, though. And you can just do king takes h6.
Yeah. Ooh, bishop d4.
Queen g8 was maybe a good suggestion. Okay, well, I'm glad we stayed with this game. So she's taken the rook and she's gone bishop d4 immediately. She wants to keep that diagonal. But surely just bishop takes knight and then...
Yeah.
Well, just king takes h6 might even stop everything. f6 also, because you can swap queens.
F6, yeah.
F6 cuts all the checkmate problems out, and this should be it. Bishop d4 is a nice idea just to keep the moves. Yeah, there's lots of moves here, isn't there? Knight e6.
Knight e6, the crowd likes.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Zoe knows that this is gone now.
Go Kata, says female nurse.
Yeah, well, to be honest, just a really good fight. Actually, that's what we've enjoyed watching here, hasn't we? Started off a bit slow this game, but very quickly.
Yeah. And she has defended well, hasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, some time trouble as well for Zoe quite early on, and Kata's caught her up here, but two really good players going at it, and this is what you get entertaining chess from all these games, really.
Yeah.
As well. Do you want to stay with this, or do you want to switch to another game?
No, let's see board 2. Let's see.
Board 2, yeah, because this
Miller Rakaya.
We think this should be over completely. And Audrey did beat Sarah in that game, by the way.
Okay.
But they weren't.
Well done, Audrey.
But, has something happened here? Is Mercury lost on time, or is this game?
How is this? This was really tricky for black, wasn't it, to defend because all the pieces were a bit tied up. So is this still going? White one, black lost.
Okay,
so that means that should Kata win the game on board 1, which is looking extremely likely, then Kata will be the clear, English women's champion.
Yep. So was this lost here because rook takes knight is coming in, or was this lost on time or something?
Look, I don't know if it was on time or a resignation.
Queen taking g4. So like rook h8 maybe. I don't know. What's the computer say here? White's winning. What's the... Oh, just because White's going to do queen takes g4 and then queen takes f3.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's it. Queen takes g4 also threatens rook takes knight h5 as well. And there's no way to stop this win of these pawns. So even though Camilla...
Simon playing. Which Simon do you mean?
Simon. Yeah, lots of Simons.
Lots of Simons that play.
Okay, so...
How many Simons can you play? Simon, can you name? Simon Ansell, Simon Brown.
Simon Bibby.
Simon Bibby.
Simon Williams.
Of course, yes, that would be the Simon.
That
would be the Simon they mean. That should have sprung to mind.
Probably.
First.
No, not playing in this one. Bodhana did beat Olga in that game. And we've also got a game over here still going on between Elise and Nina.
Okay.
Can't even remember this game. We might not have looked at it due to focusing on the top board.
Oh, no, we saw the start, did we?
Oh, we did, didn't we? Yeah, it was that weird kind of f6 kind of idea, but
yeah,
we got to this strange queen and rook endgame.
Simon Knott, Simon Winnower.
Simon Knott as well, yeah. Simon.
Yeah, well, saying yes, Camilla's story is an inspiring one. So she came to UK from Ukraine. She's we're very pleased she's playing in England and doing so. How's she finished actually in this championship? She's got she's right up there anyway. So she just won that last round game. So she'd be in joint second.
Joint second, I think. Yeah. So if Kata wins, then she'll be joint second with Zoe.
Joint second with Zoe, yes. And with Audrey. Yeah. So fantastic. Playing Blitz with Wilsonia.
Yeah, there's a lot of inspiring stories at the moment, isn't there? Whether they're young, whether they're from different countries. There's a lot of this going on, and putting a lot of work into their chess as well to get better. And I mean, this game is heating up as well, isn't it? 2 passed pawns to black here. King G7 played, not even taking the pawn back, using this pawn as a protector of the king. Was that wise?
So how is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So white's got this extra pawn on G6, the pawn on B6. You've got to keep watching. But then there's this black's got these pawns on A3 and D3. Ollie, we haven't had boring games today, have we?
No. We've been spoiled today, I think, Natasha.
Yes, we have. Yes, but why would you not take yes, okay, would it be better to take that pawn on G6? I guess what black wants to do is maybe I was going to put the rook behind the D pawn. So F5, black had better take, yeah.
And I'm just going to very quickly flip back because I think that this top game is going to be
it's done.
Has been decided. And congratulations to Katarzyna Toma,
congratulations, Kata. New English women's champion. And then we got the new men's champion, which we saw Mickey Adams drawing a very exciting game against Jonah Willow.
So that is over, and just waiting for the rest of the games to finish.
Actually, that's why Nina didn't take the pawn, because now if B7 in
Yeah.
I
see.
Would check, if you see what I mean.
Very nice. But Queen F6 check is coming in.
But Queen F6, actually. No, maybe it would have been better, because then you could have done Rook
E6.
Oh no, Rook E6, Queen takes E6, and you promote.
Is this just losing for Nina anyway? This F5 move looks like it's really good. Breaking up. This black king's got nowhere to hide.
I think you might be right, yeah.
I mean, maybe Rook takes B7, Queen F6 check, King G8, and just say, so what?
Yep.
Is the hope. I think maybe something like Rook takes F5 or something taken on F5, and then Queen F8 mate is potentially coming. And the white king looks a lot safer than the black king right now.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, black can probably queen a pawn, but it might get mated first.
Yeah, Rook takes F5 here. The checks on the second rank don't matter. King H3. Maybe just Rook B8. Or Queen takes, you wanted to stop the checks, but...
Yeah, so the immediate threat is Queen F8 mate.
So a little bit of like what I just want to call experience not there, because here you could do Queen here check, forces King G7, and then Queen back to F6 check, forces King G8, and then take the pawn, and that would have gained her an extra minute on the clock before doing this. So now she's in this position. She could have had the same position with an extra minute on the clock.
Right.
A lot of top players would have done that there.
Yeah.
And Queen f8 checkmate is still a big threat.
It certainly is. So you could defend rook b8.
Mm-hmm. Rook b8 looks like the only move, and that's played.
So, okay, I mean, because black does have threats too. A2 is sort of black's...
e6.
Oh, e6. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's really scary. Yeah, that is really scary because that threatens queen f7, queen h7.
Ouch. I think queen b7, queen f7 check might win. It also might not win. Queen f7 check does not win, just queen takes queen.
Okay.
So she's surviving.
All right. Yes, interesting. Okay, well. Tricky.
Yeah, I prefer the queen on f6 here because then you could play e7, which is why I wanted to take with a rook on f5 rather than the queen. Because if this was here and this was here, then you'd be able to play e7.
We're following live games. It's the final round of the English Championships and the English Women's Championships. Okay, that is probably... That might be the way to do it, right?
Yeah, just safe and simple. Just take off all the pawns. This a3 pawn is under attack, and I'm guessing she can use the checks against the black king to possibly mop up this pawn. If she gets that pawn, then this e6 pawn will win the game.
What about... Okay, that. Yeah, right. What about that? What she played?
Well, rook f... Oh, not rook f7. Maybe defend the pawn and then play rook f7. There's something like queen d5 I quite like the look of.
Yeah.
Because it keeps the queen on e7, because otherwise you've got e7 discovered check.
Do we now, though, have... can black play rook b2?
Yeah, possibly. Rook b2 looks like a good move. We can't get around with queen a8 check, can we? Because you just go king g7 and...
King g7, and then at least we can try and mop up the pawns. Queen c4, okay.
So same kind of idea, but rook b2 here. Maybe white just has to play king g2 and hope that the endgame's winning. But it's very, very close between a win and a draw here. It's very easy to draw this.
Yeah. Yeah. So rook b2, if king g2, you might even have...
Oh, you want to play a2, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, well, I was looking at queen b7, but maybe a2.
Okay, queen b7 check. Yeah, that would be quite nasty.
Yeah.
So that's maybe why the queen might have been better on d5 rather than c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's played it
anyway,
as well.
She's done that one. So let's see.
I mean, maybe she can take this and play queen b3 just for safety, shall we say. Not that I'm convinced it's safe, but...
Okay, yeah.
You know, if Elise is down to 50 seconds, Nina's got nearly 5 minutes, might be the time to bail out here.
Yeah, because black could not...
Oh, hang on. Queen c8 check, queen c3.
Oh, queen c8 check, queen c3. King takes g6.
Yeah, we take on b2, and then you just take back, and then
we take on e6 at the end, and that's probably drawn.
Draw, don't we? She's taking this. So this, I think this is heading towards a draw now. I think Elise would have been winning before, but I think she's probably taken a sensible option here and just decided to bail out. I don't think she can win. Yeah, shrew is sh4 grew one. Queen f7 check was not the way to play. And just swap queens, and then the pawns actually don't promote, which is quite annoying beforehand. So queen b3 here.
Yeah, queen b3.
She even risks losing this if she's not careful.
I'm going to say white can't lose. Because if you go queen f6 or something defending, they go, then Elise could go
e7 check.
7 check. And then queen. It's probably still only a draw.
You might have even agreed to draw.
I don't want to allow that.
Must be queen b3 and then king g. Oh, yeah. King g7. Actually, what does black play against queen b3? h5? Or maybe just king g7, take the pawn with check, king takes g6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just take
draw. Draw agreed.
Is it a draw? Oh, it's agreed to draw, is it?
They've agreed to draw here, yeah.
Okay.
And I guess when you're in time pressure, but
yeah.
I think this is how the game could have gone. King takes b2, king takes g6. I'm guessing black's just going to win this pawn at some point.
That pawn and then
even if you swap stuff off, it's going to be an easily drawn endgame for the opponents. Okay, well, I mean, really good fight. Again, lots of good fights around all over here. And yeah, I mean, Audrey versus Sarah was a fantastic game as well.
A great Ponziani game there.
Yeah, an absolute cracker of a game, and
yeah. It looked like Sarah, like Audrey was winning because Sarah's king was stuck in there. It looked like Sarah was winning because all the black pieces were right on the in the middle of white's position, and but Audrey defended that and managed to win. Okay, so what have we got here?
Oh, is this a bit of an upset here that we missed? That Amit lost.
Oh, Ankush beat Amit. Interesting.
Oh, so has he missed a tactic here at the end?
Yeah, I think.
Oh no, he's an exchange down here. So how did he lose the exchange? I mean, he's got a pawn for it, but here. Oh, you got bishop on e2 with a pawn on f3. And knight e4 is a nice move. And that wins it back. Some nice tactics. And then at the end, there was, I think it was a checkmate pattern actually. Here, resigns because king h1.
Yeah.
Queen f3. Oh no, it's not queen f3, is it?
Queen.
Is it
oh.
Yeah, it is queen f3.
Queen f3 and then bishop d. Oh no, not bishop.
Rook f7 maybe.
Yeah.
Well, no, hang on a minute. Maybe rook f7 first because you defend b6.
Okay.
Well, hang on. Is this as simple as? Why is this resignable here? There must be a simple way. Queen f3 check, rook f7, or rook f. Yeah, just rook f7 actually. Because you can't take on b6 because queen f3 check would just take the knight if we haven't got anything better.
Well, no, bishop d4. And
queen here.
Bishop and then you're threatening thingammy.
Even better. Oh no, you haven't. Queen g6.
Oh, wait. Go back then. Okay.
Rook f7, queen b6 here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hang on, just why are we doing all of this?
Yeah.
Let's just go queen f3 check and just take the bishop.
Yeah.
There we go. Problem solved. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy. Stop trying to make it too obvious, too difficult. Okay, yeah. Well played, Ankush. Fantastic tournament for you as well. Mark beat Stanley. Danny beat James Jackson as well, which we missed that game completely. But these are some of the other games here. Borna beat Shabir. Adam and Lanyao was a draw. We checked in on that game, didn't we? Yeah. And these are the full results.
And Kushal lost in the end.
Yeah. Kushal lost in the end to John Merriman. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, obviously, well done to the champion Mickey Adams. Fantastic game against Jonah as well, and Matthew and Marcus joining in second place. And then here, have we flipped on over? We want the women's championship, don't we? So let's go to watch events. Oh, is it finished now? So therefore, it won't turn up. That might be why. Because it's all the games are finished, it's got off my screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Really annoying, but here we go. Women's Chess Championships. So if we can go on to results, you can see that Katarzyna Tomyn is the winner.
Kat, a new English women's champion. It was Lanyao won it last year, yeah. So yes,
Yeah.
new champions in both sections, and then followed by Zoe, Audrey, and Camilla, all on 5. So well done, all of them. And then some junior players on 4.5: Nina, Wakaya, and Anusha. Yeah, so really nice tournament. Lots of some very good chess played.
Yeah. Right. Well, I think that ends our coverage of the championships. Thank you very much, Natasha, for joining me
Oh, and
today.
Bodana. Sorry, we didn't mention Bodana. Terrific score for Bodana at age 8. 4 out of 7, so more than 50% at her age. Fantastic too.
Yeah, that's fantastic at her age as well. And Kushal, I guess, similar age in the Open tournament as well, still playing against these tough players. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and get yourself playing in it next time if you're able to play. We've got the British Championships coming up in what's that, July?
Yeah, July, yes.
So yeah, I'm sure there'll be some more commentary on different things there as well. But yeah, thanks for watching, and yeah, well done to the new champions.
And we should thank also everyone who was organising as well, who organised the events. Yeah, they don't just run themselves. A lot of work goes into it. So yeah, it's lovely that these events happen. Really great fun. So thanks to and for everyone who played. Thanks all.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.